Check, check. Jesus, look at my voice. It's not like I've been smoking cigarettes for like 30 years. I don't know if I'm feeling better just yet. I'm having waves of feeling better. I was the first to get... I started getting sick last week. Family got sicker as the weekend progressed. By Monday morning, I had a fever. And then I went to the doctor. The doctor says that because I speak so much on stream that I am susceptible to getting sick and sicker. Hey, hold on a second here. Doctor said to me that
Chief says we will continue our war plan.
That
Says my agenda is to follow Nasrallah's agenda in all aspects.
I've never been on the air before in my life like this. Doctor is telling me that because I speak so much, my throat is constantly
Says the inheritance tax measures to get
raw.
a raise of over £2 billion.
So I'm more susceptible to getting sick due to that. It was so bad on my... right now, I still have some stuff here, but like even just trying to speak, it's not even like a normal sore throat. It's like I have a sore throat, and so like I'm on shit for strep, but I got my vocal cords tighten up. That's never happened before to me when I've gotten sick. But and then, of course, the wife and the kids are sick, and it's Halloween, so they can't go anywhere, and so they're upset. But the youngest one is mostly upset. The older one is claiming she's still going away this weekend with her friends. She's getting to that point where I don't have too much say in what she does. That's raising kids, I guess, to some extent. I'm on a little bit early this morning for a few reasons. I haven't streamed in 2 days. I want to be able to catch up with you and just give you an idea of where we are. The briefs have been pretty accurate. I think almost exactly accurate as to where we've gone and where we are going. And most of the predictions, I think all the predictions have been correct so far for the earnings that I've done for you, but I haven't done a lot of the earnings you want. So I'd like to talk about that today. Hold on, let me just check something. All right. We probably have some stuff to go over this morning, some stuff to look at, or a whole bunch of stuff to look at this morning, just so that everybody knows where they are. I was reading yesterday. I had a chance to read through a bunch of white papers, and they're boring. Reading those things is not fun. They take up a lot of time too, and then you have to parse what everyone's saying, the dates on them versus where we are right now and where we probably will be in the future, right? You get a white paper from a bank, and this is information that they've compiled last week. So you're like, okay, so what is it this week? But one of the fascinating things that I read yesterday, seemed like it was everywhere, was a narrative that we've had now for
Chancellor Reeve says I'll provide 40%
weeks.
relief on business.
Say it started heading into September, right?
Up to a cap.
We had a narrative of September and October. We've had 2 major corrections this year that were pretty violent and fast, and people got hurt, right? And those, not everybody, but I don't think we did. We knew they were coming. We didn't know that they were going to be as violent as they were. We did time the bottoms well, perfect, I think, but we didn't have any exposure out there on those pullbacks, but I think we got into like September, and then October, no significant pullback, and now we're getting into November. And if you remember, in September there was like shit smearing, right? Just like a wall of expected, realized vol that never happened. That same stuff happened in October, and we're there right now. As a matter of fact, my DMs, my emails, my DMs, and even conversations that I have with people on Discord, email, Twitter, it doesn't really matter. There's like mass paranoia at this point. And you can feel it and see it. I see it with friends. Like all my friends are talking about it in real life. There's a lot of mass hysteria, quiet mass hysteria amongst the election now. This is the last. So we've had all this unrealized vol in September, all the unrealized vol in October, and now we're at what's perceived as the last bit of volatility to get through, right, which is the election. There's still some geopolitical hangover risk. And I'm not even going to go through the dirty laundry of all of it because it was a stack, right? It was like, how high can you stack this shit?
Because Reef says our measures will raise £12.7 billion by the next 5 years.
And I think it's like Ricky Gutierrez had stock market crash stuff out, and then Meet Kevin had stock market crash stuff out. And even in private conversations, people and things are bizarre. Like some of the things I'm reading and even just hearing people writing to me. As a matter of fact, I got a phone call this morning with a friend, a market participant that was saying something to me this morning that they think that the prevailing idea is that Democrats won't accept a loss. And I was like, can't believe that's even and I know that's being said right now. And I'm like, it's not what most people think. So even just portraying that, it's like this mass hysteria, mass paranoia. So we'll get into some of that today and how it relates to the market. Maybe what your thoughts are, because a lot of the white papers I read yesterday, no one's long. And there's no volume, right, in the market? And retailers aren't long. I can tell you that for sure. Like, nobody's long right now. And anyone that is long is taking their money off the table as soon as the report comes in. And there's a print, right? You get a print and you get out. That seems to be, not just seems, but even the data is suggesting that everybody's waiting. And everybody is hedged. Like the hedging activity out there is insane right now. It actually stops us from meaningfully going down in the market.
Interest to 32%.
It's on 917. I'm going to switch over really quick to the main screen here. Whoop. I'll move some of this over. Even going down meaningfully is not easy right now. Everyone's just loading on. I think earlier last week, Monday or Friday, people were just slamming the OTM put button, just slamming OTM puts. And we were like in this culmination orgy. What do you have? Where are you? like the orgy of doom is culminating to this place where everyone is expecting the shoe to finally drop on the election, right? In that case, the market can't go down. We haven't realized any of that volatility in a meaningful way, right? Even when you're trying to create that FOMO, that's not what has happened, right? You can see it. It's clear as day. You can see it in the vol curve. The vol curve has been like ramping, right? Like if any of you guys out there watch the vol curve, it's like heightened, and then it just like it's ramped for the next 2 or 3 days, like vertical, and then nothing happens unrealized vol again, just OTM puts slamming the OTM. I'm assuming that people are out there doing that.
Thresholds. So UK to remove.
And you can see it right here. From this is we had the pullback here in September 6th, right? We back tested here on the 11th of September, and everyone's thinking, finally we're going to roll. And think about this too. I want you to come back here and look at this time period here. You got to remember that we had this violent move down, right? Into August. And when we came back into middle of September, right around here, right? If there was a new low, you wouldn't be looking to trade this. You'd be looking to trade even lower. So there was extreme panic in here of a more thorough crash, right? Like you take out September, you take out October, and we're resetting all of these expectations into the end of the year. That didn't come, did it? You wound up getting a higher low back here in September 11th, and we have not looked back, have we? It's just been hedge, 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 hedge. Hedge, 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 hedge. It literally, I can recall every time we came down here, like there and there and there and there and there, people were just buying puts, like puts. The first
UK Chancellor Reeve says day-to-day spending from 2024 to 25 will grow 1.5% in real terms.
We're kind of there again right now. We're doing the thing again right here. And we're doing the thing again. And what they do is they rip your face off. Right when we get like that. What really sucks about right now too is there's no higher call walls. Like the real call walls are very low right now. We can rip here, but everyone's buying calls in the money. Everyone's hedging relentlessly. And now we're coming into that election, right? That election is over here on the 5th. Right? There's the election. And you know what they're looking for, right? They're looking for that rug pull, right? The rug pull right here, the rug pull right here, the rug pull right here, the rug pull right here. Start cascading down into the election. And it ain't happening, is it? Or it hasn't happened yet, has it? And now yesterday, people said that everyone was buried up. In the chat yesterday, I wasn't reading it. I wasn't reading the chat at all yesterday, but I did read a few people post on the chats. And they were like, man, there's so many fucking bears in here right now, right? And they ramped them again, didn't they, yesterday? We came back down yesterday. Traded we were supposed to trade. They went back up here. Yesterday. We're coming back down right now. And, there's kind of that going on here in a Friday. Let me show you Qs really quick. And this is from your brief last night. And there's an expectation. Well, there's a couple fascinating things here. If you look like a 4-hour basis, I want to show you this really quick. You look really close here. I don't know if it shows up here. I think it does on NDX. I think it shows up better. But there's this little
pounds
right there. Shows up better in NDX. There was a prior high that needed to be tagged before we go to this one. That's why I got this last one up here. I would not be shocked to see Qs like pause for the rest of the day. You get some more reports here tonight, and then we actually come down a little bit more meaningfully. And then we get this ramp up into the end of the week here. This could be a little bit less pronounced than I think is going to happen. We actually did tag that one, though. We actually got the high tick right there. So we did get it. Yeah, we got close to it. I wanted to see that tick in the overnight, and we got it. Got it in the overnight. We got it in the pre-market. So I wonder if people are bared up right now, too. It's possible we could trade slightly lower in Qs, maybe come down here. You can see it better in NDX, not QQQs. Now, fascinatingly, there's some other stuff going on here. There's a bunch of mechanics going on in the market. I don't even know where to start. I was talking to a trader this morning, and it's so complicated. It's hard to discuss without writing it all out and saying, here, you can read all of it together. And you can see it in traders. Investors and traders are taking their money and running on wins. You can see it in put buying, call buying, positioning in the market from retailers. And there is no real easy answer to this volatility or the election volatility. There is one thing I would say, which would be the old adage that you climb the wall of worry in these situations. And that's what we've been doing, climbing the wall of worry. At every step of the way, that's what happens. We are starting a little bit of FOMO. There's like the beginnings of a FOMO trade. We're not there at the moment, but I realize that the focus, there's someone, I don't know if it was Rubinsky or someone like one of those guys said, they coined it. Traders are sitting on the sidelines and they're watching Tech Moon like it's a movie. It's almost like a tentpole movie, right? Ooh, look, it went up. Ooh, look, this one went up. Ooh, yeah, that went up, right? But you're not actually involved generally in those trades or with too much risk exposure to those trades. And you're all just waiting for the election to pass. We tend to rip when that happens. And what happens is you sit there too long.
Israel begins simultaneously.
You see the market rip,
Lebanon's historic,
and that starts to create that FOMO. And then when you think as a participant that when you get FOMO, it's you're missing out. Is like one of the rules, right? The market is going higher. Let's start with that. Market's going higher. You're missing out. Be number 2. And then the number 3 feeling or emotion would be that all of the perceived volatility has passed. Right? Once you hit all those 3 things, you enter the market. And what normally happens? They roll it on you, don't they? I had a conversation with VolWiz a month ago, maybe longer. 2 months ago, a month ago, on a phone call, was chatting with him. And I said this to him. This is when people were thinking we're going to get September and October. And I said I wouldn't be shocked to see that we just continue higher into the election. They don't roll it until after because everybody is fucking going to be hedged. Everybody is just expecting that doom. Meanwhile, they'll rip up all these single issues all along the way, and you're missing out. Another fascinating thing right now is, did you see Meta last night? It's like I looked at all of the TMT stocks that are reporting this week. Of all of them, the one that looked like you could knock this thing down for sure is Meta. It's the one stock that if you were to knock one off, that one was primed. What did they do to it yesterday and overnight?
Get the markets on open.
They ramped it before we ever got to ER. There's a lot of you guys aren't noticing that everything's very mechanical right now in the market. It's very smooth running market right now. I don't know if you can see that, but The market is generally on cruise control right now.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk.
Yeah, the machines are back on.
Now only $99 a year.
We're very mechanical. The market is very predictive, even with all of this data coming through. We're getting data drops. Well, this morning we just had data come out from the bond market, data come out from the stock market. Market is still trading in line right now. It's on cruise control. It means they're all hedged. That's what it means. Who knew Reddit would moon like this? I did. Winky did. A whole bunch of us. We had it up on our black box. Had it up on our black box weeks ago. Someone asked me in the stream about it weeks ago, and I said super bullish.
Nasdaq.
We all knew about Reddit.
50 million.
How about Sound?
A sell side of 70 million.
How about Serve?
A sell side of 50.
You guys follow this stuff? We put them on our list all the time. Those are all cranking. We got a black box that tells us when this shit's gonna moon. Before it happens.
The new target for public debt will be based on public.
As a matter of fact, I think Winky sold Reddit this morning for
target was
bank.
Public sector net debt ex Bank of England. So the UK will target net financial debt falling as a share of GDP.
What do we got here? This is a personal story. The company I work for is a Microsoft partner. We used to be a Microsoft hosting partner until Microsoft decided to build Azure. Now we are nothing to them. My point being that Nvidia is a great dick to suck while it's hard. But if they ever had to decide to just take their GPUs in-house, all of these other companies are going to get really effed. There's no reason why Nvidia can't do what SMCI does, and it'll probably be cheaper and more efficient if they did.
15.7 billion pounds of headroom versus the target.
Yeah, and also Nvidia must know SMCI's entire business depends on that great place to be. I think, Winky, you've said this in the past. We called the top on SMCI. I begged people not to long it, right? I had a show where I said just drop SMCI. It had its peak in velocity. If you guys have triggers in velocity, just look at it. You could tell SMCI was going down in the depths of hell already. But what Winky's talking about in particular, in terms of SMCI and NVDA, there's something bigger to be looking at there too. At the last NVDA product bullshit pump show they did, NVDA said a lot of things. Lisa Su said some things repetitively. And I mentioned them here on the show. We listened to it, and I talked to you guys about it on the show. There was two key parts to what she said, which is similar in the same lines as what Winky's saying right now, which is, number one, or she said a few things that were very important. She said, I'm going to get rid of this right now. I'm going to get rid of that right now. I'm going to go to a 1 minute trigger here. 1 minute time frame. She said a few key things. So if you're a SMCI bull, she said, number one, that there is no company in the world that can do what Nvidia does. Nvidia, NVDA. There's no company anywhere in the world that can do what they do. And that the gap between what they do and other people do is only going to exponentially grow. She said something else, too, that I blew my mind. She said, I know she said this in the past, but she kept harping on it. And she was like, we're not even going to need to compute someday. AI at some point will take over your hard drive. We don't even need to build chips anymore. The compute will be done by artificial intelligence. And the last part was she went off on how she was going to share some of this stuff with our partners around the world. And that was a signal to the Senate. Like, don't send me to prison. like we're sharing nuclear secrets right now around the world, saying it publicly. And no one, I don't think anyone listens or can grasp importance of what they're saying over at Nvidia. I don't think a lot of people can actually. They think it's like it's a scam. It's this. It's that. It's all these things. I think the smarter people in the room, like the absolute smarter people in the room, are like, I don't think anyone realizes, and that's my view and take on that. So yeah, SMCI, man. Woof. Yeah, I think IWM has a chance to squeeze. They have some squeeze potential. We have some rotation potential into Dow Jones too. I haven't checked yet this morning. I don't know if they go with the rest of the market here. I've got a thing here that says valid above. I want to see if we can do a rotation into Dow Jones Industrial Average this morning. It's possible. This one's risk. Dow Jones is a risky trade. But I'm wondering if we will rotate into Dow Jones earlier and do a little bit of rotation out of S&P and Qs. And then we could do some squeezing over here too on SM or on IWM small caps. Let you DJ the pre-conference call music. Yeah, I like a rotation trade. I think we're squeezing up in a Friday on SPY and Qs, so I think there's like an opportunity here today and tomorrow. You trade all this tech shit sideways, rip the close, usual suspect stuff. Meanwhile, you're rotating. So this trader I was talking to this morning, he was like, ask people what they think about the stock market. I'm reading it. I'm reading these white papers. I'm reading like Charles McGilligott's even got panic in his paper, right? Did you read it? Did you guys read Charlie McGilligott's stuff last night? At the end of his paper, it was off the chain. Let me see if I can read it here. You know, you can't tell me there's no fear here, right? Like, am I talking to myself here? Let me see if I can find the McGilligott paper. We got the spookiest things in market. I got what else? What else do I have here? Is this McGilligott maybe? No. Ooh, Chrome. What is this? Yeah, right here. Why is that opening up over there? This is Charles McGilligott email, okay? Equities is the same story I've been pitching for months. The market remains overhedged on account of the clustering of event risks and is forcing a risk management exercise after already experiencing 2 vol shock events over the past 3-month period. And if said risks clear without bunches of worst-case scenarios, all hitting heads multiple consecutive times, there is going to be an unwind of said overhedging, which creates a mechanical bid into year-end. I posted a chart this morning in the Discord showing hedge funds being like no one's long TMT, or at least the risk-on money is not. And haven't been. And if they put that exposure into the end of the year, you're talking about a market that can go straight fucking vertical, right? Because many are already under capturing the equities move, which is already escaping them as we rally into the election, with 2 low nets and or paying away performance with said downside hedges, and will be incentivized to performance chase thereafter on FOMO. There is a little bit in that statement. They will be incentivized to performance chase thereafter on FOMO. Now, he is saying after the election. He's not saying right now. And we can still meaningfully pull back. He's making that statement that we can meaningfully pull back into the election. But once that election vol is gone, we could go vertical, and not only vertical, but we could go vertical into like mid-February, and that's that whole like mid 1990s, late 1990s, up 40%, down 17% move, right? Just jagged, volatile, ridden violence to the upside. Now, he's got something else he says here as well. This then creates the conditions for a post-election event risk clearing that would see vol reset lower and likely catapult spot equities higher, as one bleeding OTM downside equities index hedges are unwound, and dealers then buy back their short futures in tens of billions of delta size, while two, the slowly building short upside calls right tail hedges pick up delta. As three, resetting lower index I vol into year-end December and December Q options expiration creates an additional Vanna tailwind, all occurring simultaneously as the corporate share repurchase windows kicks open post-EPS. And systematic target volatility, vol control, our vol sample, all in the least liquid time of the year with holiday closures, meaning wide bid-ask and low-risk taking facilitation, which tends to exasperate moves, with all of that buying potentially akin to a basketball through a fire hose, as offers are limited. Ooh, nice. We went down a little bit lower than I expected. I was expecting that to be a little bit more better bump there. I'm going to have to take some longs here in just a second. Hold on. Now, there's something else fascinating here, too. SPX dealer gamma profile still short downside hedges to clients as potential downside accelerant flow in the case of a sell-off, but now beginning to see short upside gamma from right tail hedging over the past week. But here's something else that he put into his. Let me find this one thing here. One more. He wrote one other thing here that kind of threw me for a loop. Ugh.
The UK's Chancellor Reeves promises £100 billion of capital spending over 5 years, and UK Reeves, citing the OBR, says that higher investment will increase GDP by up to 1.4%.
We can get long here in just a minute. We've got these two places. Want to buy a dip right here and right here. And here's the last part. This is the one part from McGilligot that I was really interested in. All of this being said, the largest local shock to bond markets then becomes the Harris surprise outcome, particularly the Harris plus gridlock split for duration, which would set off reversal risk across assets, particularly with bonds then rallying, squeezing higher, and what's likely a bull flattening after so much Trump red sweep hedging impact in recent weeks. Listen to that closely. So you've got keep politics to the side here. I know that there's a lot of people out there that are like, Trump's going to spend less or save, I don't know, save spending or something. I've heard that thrown around. Wall Street disagrees with that statement, and the market has shown that. They think that Trump is going to spend more than Harris, even though they think Harris is going to spend too. Okay? So you've got Harris is going to spend too, a lot, but Trump is going to spend more. The initial shock, though, would be that TLT ramps, squeezes. And why don't, if Trump wins, why wouldn't you want to be in a 20 or 30-year bond? Do you know the reason? I can just make it simple for you. We're going to have raging inflation, and you're not going to outrun inflation in bonds, 20-year bonds. You actually get left behind and be fucked. So you would go long equities instead of bonds. Okay? Now, if you get the Harris surprise with gridlock, that would be the scenario where you have a red sweep of the House and the Senate, but not the presidency. She wins, right? But she doesn't win the House, and then you get gridlock. Wall Street likes that scenario, to be honest with you. Or they typically like that scenario. Bouncing right now off a pin strike right here. I'm not ready to buy this, though. I think we can possibly make one more leg, so I'm gonna wait here. Hope this doesn't leave me behind. What happens, though, is I talked about this, I think, on Sunday, the unwind of the Trump trade. On Twitter, I discussed this with Twitter folks, right? And my point was, you should see a ramp of the Trump trade into the election. And you're seeing that, right? I think you saw DJ, whatever the Trump ticker is, been mooning, right? You see right now all of these tech stocks mooning, right? You know, long equities, right? Get out of TLT or whatever. You see all these equities just mooning, straight mooning, right? You see Bitcoin mooning, you see gold mooning. The question becomes, even if she doesn't win, do you take profits from that trade as you come into the election, irregardless of winner? You know, at some point, you want to take the money and run of that trade, right? You price that trade in, take the money. If she were to win, what would be the impact on the equity markets? That could amplify a downside move, upside move in TLT, downside move in what? Gold, Bitcoin, the Trump trades, all the different Trump trades. And you'd see gold and crypto. This is from McGilligot. You'd see gold and crypto crunched if Harris gridlock trades, all while the lowest delta election outcome of a blue sweep is perceived as the only obvious down scenario for equities, with a potential -7 to -10% looking out 1 to 3 months. So you could have a situation where she wins and the bullishness into end of year gets flattened, not as like out of control moonshot, where you like rein in your bets, 5,900, maybe 6,000 at most. You can forget 6,200. If Trump wins, you would see that moonshot into January, February, possibly the 18th, middle of the month, February, or something like that. if you got a Dem sweep across all three, President, House, and Senate, he's proposing that we could see 10% down in 1 to 3 months on negative growth implications of re-regulation and tax hike impact upon corporate EPS expectations, especially after rallying substantially into the election. Which brings up another crazy point. I was looking at forward EPS yesterday, and they ain't looking that good for next year. By summertime, they are steepening to the downside. So this seems like there's like a, we must make profit right now, doesn't it? It looks like it, doesn't it? Like crank Bitcoin as high as we possibly can, get long on equities, get long on TMT, crank those bad boys, put the window dressing on, and we'll wait the fallout next year.
Over month, forecast 1.9% on the prior 0.6%, and the pending homes index prior read of 70.6.
Meanwhile, it looks like retailers are just scared, right? I guess even from all this staying both of these sides to the trade, right? Talking to you about the Trump presidency with a red sweep, talking to you about the gridlock Harris win, red House and Senate, and then the full Dem sweep. It creates fear, right? And hence no one's long. No one's even in the market.
Can withstand.
And anyone that is long is trying to get out right now. It's a nice little bounce right there, isn't it? Gorgeous little bounce. Should have taken that trade. I didn't take it. Right off the fucking trend. Let's take a quick look at Gamma. Anyways, that McGilligot paper is in the Discord. I did just type in like Jim James or something at everybody, and I posted it last night. Hold on, I'm gonna get something for you guys. All right, I guess let me ask you guys. And this trader friend said that I should do this in the show today. So I'm going to ask you,
gilt issuance planned for 2024.
If you in the chat want to tell me, maybe to get your sentiment, find out what you're all thinking. Because I get DMs, emails, I get phone calls, text messages, you name it, like across 8 different. I can think about it. My phone, I get text messages. I got 3 different emails. That's 4. I got Discord DM. Twitter DM. That's 6 different places.
Is £3 billion.
With
also £6 billion in the April remit.
Panic.
Nothing.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democrat. It doesn't matter.
So the UK.
And what's fascinating is a lot of the panic is the same.
A little over 2%.
It's like regurgitated. They don't even know it.
So they'd sell 100.
Like say the same things to me.
Of short-dated conventional gilts via auction in 2024 to 2025. 92 billion pounds of medium-dated conventional gilts through this year.
That's even the most bizarre part.
What 2 million?
They're not even that far apart in what they're thinking.
Gilts through this year.
Hold on here. I gotta do one quick thing here.
So the UK OBR says the size of the state is forecast to settle at 44% of GDP by the end of the decade, almost 5 percentage points higher than before the pandemic.
We were in the Gamma Flip for a minute. Gamma Flip keeps marching higher. Let's check upside Gamma here, see if anything's changed above. Nope. Got a pretty decent call wall at 5,900. Buyers stepping in yet again. The same place. Roped in market is tightly wound right now. You want to look at LOY for you, Wink? I think it recovers personally. I looked back on it, it's like it's total history. Even when it's going, I've seen one instance where it was in distribution where it didn't come back. Other than that, it's come back every time.
Budget policies temporarily boost output in the near term, but leave GDP largely unchanged in 5 years.
I'm going to read some SMCI for you guys. I told you guys a long time ago, don't buy SMCI, right? Actually, someone I trust on FinTwit said you should buy SMCI. And my contention, if you remember, I said you'll get trapped. So you used to get trapped in trades like that on earnings reports on a smaller time frame than when I was considering a larger time frame in SMCI. On October 24th, Ernst & Young sent members of the audit committee a letter of resignation as the company's registered public accounting firm. The chair of the audit committee discussed with EY the reasons for EY's resignation. The company has begun the process of identifying a successor. Hold on here. I'll get this for you guys here. Post this in the Discord if you want to read it on your own. You don't want to listen to me. Sorry for such a big ass write up in the Discord. This is in relation to SMCI. The company has begun the process of identifying a successor independent registered public accounting firm. The company will authorize EY to respond fully to the inquiries. Blah blah blah. Once selected, the company does not currently expect that resolution of any of the matters raised by EY or under consideration by the special committee will result in any restatements. Blah 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 blah. Audit committee concerns about several matters relating to governance, transparency, and completeness of communications to EY and other matters pertaining to internal control over financial reporting. At the time, filing of the company's annual report was at significant risk. In response, the board appointed an independent special committee to review the matters of certain companies' internal controls and certain governance procedures. The special committee engaged Cooley and forensic accounting firm Secretariat Advisors to perform an investigation on behalf and at the direction of the special committee. Received updates, blah, blah, blah. The review remains ongoing and final findings have not yet been communicated. Receiving additional information through the review process informs that the additional information received raised questions, including about whether the company demonstrates commitment to integrity and ethical values, for the principal framework, and about the ability and willingness of the audit committee and overall board to demonstrate and act with oversight. This isn't good. Oh, Jesus. I'm reading the rest of it right now. We are resigning due to information that has recently come to our attention, which has led us to no longer be able to rely on management's and audit committees' representations and to be unwilling to be associated with the financial statements prepared by management. And after concluding, we can no longer provide the audit services in accordance with applicable law and professional obligations. Well, that sucks. That means it's from the top. Although the company recognizes EY's decision as final, it disagrees with EY's decision to resign as the company's independent registered public accounting firm. This committee has not yet obtained all information relevant for the review and has not concluded the review. Nevertheless, the company has taken concerns expressed by EY seriously and will carefully consider the findings. Oh, no. That's not good. If you go and ask for an internal audit and they think it's you, that's no bueno. Whew, look at all that buying in there. Woo! Just smoking. Tried it again. All these bears in here trying to sell this market down to a crash. Nope. Yeah, it's if it's one bad apple, not so bad. If it's this looks like it's everybody that's involved. Everybody at the top is involved.
One minute remaining. Mob leading with the U.S. pending home sales.
Yeah, TLT. We talked about logging TMF this morning. TLT cranking. There is one note here on TLT cranking. Here's TLT down below if you want to take a peek at it. You want to be out before that cross of the daily and weekly trigger. You see it right here. Be very careful of reversal to the downside. Whenever we go back test, a cross of the weekly and daily trigger can be very, very violent. There is one note that I would say here, which would be that the daily velocity. Let's go down and look at it together.
10 seconds.
So just note right here, this is daily velocity is beginning to turn up. This is positive.
7.4%.
And one in a bounce, and then secondly, a break above the that the daily trigger is weak on a trade higher for a squeeze.
They are to accept ceasefire under suitable conditions. It says if Israelis decide they want to stop the war, we say we accept, but with the conditions that we see fit.
Now, weekly looks pretty good here. Bullish right now, and daily looks bullish. This looks bullish for TLT, but still saying that. We look closely here. I want you to pay very close attention to this hourly trigger. So price should go higher. Should trade $95. You want to exit the trade. So if you're taking the trade now, take the meat of the trade, but don't get trapped. And there's a reason for that. Even though the daily trigger is weak for a break higher, the weekly trigger here is also like good to go to break higher. Double check marks. But you sometimes need the hourly trigger to help you get above. So you come up here, come back down, and need the help of that hourly trigger to get above. Let's be conscious of that on TMF and on TLT. Here in the Discord this morning, we talked about longing TLT off the open. So if you want to take that trade, congratulations. Looking pretty good right now. We have our first target met right now on TLT. New high on 93.29. Next target, 93.79. Draw these in for you. And then try to get up there like so. You want to see that for home? Always be wary in here. I'm always afraid of like a throwdown move. Needing that hourly trigger to finally get the price higher. And there's also still risk as we head into this election, right? Everyone's all bulled up. You're not long. And then we don't have the Kamala Harris trade. And whoop, we go to the downside. And that is my question here. Do you price in? I know we had all the stirs and bond stuff today, but is there a little bit of pricing in of a Kamala? We're not even pricing in, like maybe a Kamala win, or just taking profit off of the Trump trade. Doesn't really have to be her winning. It's just taking the money and running in some of these trades. Also, if you're in the Discord, posting. I meant to post for you last night gold and Bitcoin. I think that's being posted in the next half an hour or so in the Discord. I was going to put it in a brief, but I'm going to put it inside the Discord for you. So you have the where Bitcoin should go and gold should go. I think gold tops at right under 2,900. Bitcoin should moon. Bitcoin should trade like 100,000, 130,000, somewhere in there. Bitcoin's the better trade. Upside target 583.64. Also note that top of the range. Go look at this really quick too.
£3 billion by 2030.
Just so you can see or get some idea of where we are right now. This is top of the key for selling. This is bottom of the wind, right? Right down there, coming straight back up. You guys know I've got this one down and then a bigger move up into Friday. Let me put that up for you guys like this so you can see it. Is that better to have that like that? That might be better. But this is pretty much traded outside of, we're on a 1 minute chart. Those charts I give you are hourly charts. We're trading exactly again today. Same yesterday's expectations, day before's expectations, this morning's expectations are all pretty much in line. Now what about some weakness in the market? Let's wrap up this conversation. So can the market, I had a DM last night. I'm not going to say. I had a DM last night saying, well, Cap, what are we going to get a pullback? We're going to get any kind of like crash. I think there's still opportunity for it. Miguel Agat did mention the speed at which we got pullbacks this year, right? He did say that. He said, last 2 times this year we had pullbacks. They were violent and quick, right? We didn't elevator down, or we didn't staircase down, did we? We're down all day long, then we'd be down at nighttime, then we'd be down all day long, then we'd be down at nighttime. Is that possible? Yes. In my view, if we can trade, I keep saying this, if you check last weekend's, the weekend before, the weekend before, the weekend before that, if every weekend I give you a 4-hour outlook, and all I keep repeating is one thing, if we can trade 5,900 and trigger that FOMO call buying, there's a fair chance of a good roll down, some kind of like a meaningful pullback. There is a problem with that, though. With that meaningful pullback, do we get that meaningful pullback? I'm going to express it to you. There's 2 things to look at here. This can turn into your meaningful pullback. There is a fair chance of us, coming into Friday, trading that 590, like squeezing. And whatever this turns into, it's this stuff right here all over again. You get your election volatility. Maybe you get a pullback that's not that meaningful. And that's your Miguel Agat scenario where we just keep going higher and higher and higher and higher. Can it go as deep in those 4-hour briefs. One hour, maybe. We're already at weekly triggers already now at 546. 546. So every week, right? Think about this for a minute. Right? Every week, marching up, marching up, marching up. 500, 530, right? And now it's just creeping up higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. So, if you get this rip curling screaming up here, right? Come in here for the election volatility, and you might get 545, 550, 535, 540 at most. At most. And even then, middle of November, we're right back up again. So crash and price matter. It always matters, doesn't it? We were talking about 480 at one point, weren't we? Maybe 500. I remember. You guys all remember that? I mean, you can get the whole it's like 480, 500, then it's 500, 535, then it's 535, 550. It's like, well, wait a minute, we're going from 480 to 550 now, Cap. That's 700 points, isn't it? 70 on 70 on SPOOs. Did I say that right? 480, 550? Yeah. Do you, as a seller, point and say, haha, it happened? It ain't 480, is it?
10-year gilt yield trims full, last down 6.5 basis points at 4.253%.
It ain't 480. It ain't 530. It ain't 525. It ain't 500. Let's think about that for the election. We trade 590 into this Friday. We get all the reports for big tech. We haven't even done Nvidia yet, right? We also have some more data coming up that could be negative. We've got a FOMC meeting. What's a meaningful pullback right now? Weekly trigger is 550, 546 right now. Next week and the week after will be 550. Do I think we can get it though? Is the question out there? Yeah, I think we can get it. I think we can also trade 590 by Friday close too, or near it. 588. Does it have to happen? No, but we can get close to it. We could actually go beyond it. Let's take a look and see. And this is the one thing that I would set. This is the one thing I would warn you as a bull of. Where McGilligot says we just go vertical into the end of the year. That might be the case, but they could reset you where you're in the wrong side of the trade. So if you see this big move up today, tomorrow, Friday, you see the election begin to pass, and you start to get that FOMO, and you're like, we're going up end of the year, and they slam us down to 550, they would erase all of your bullish calls. You'd probably be then bearish for market crash. We'd actually be turning up the trade 600 and 620 to the end of the year in February. And let's take a look at that really quick. You get SPX over here. Call wall is 590, but there's two more walls up here. There's 101 million at 6,000, and 5950 is 48 million. What if we just fucking, plow up here and just one more fuck you, right? You get what I'm saying? Gotta move that over there. Getting weirdness going on. Sorry about that. It's looking pretty bullish to me. There's nobody in the market right now. There's nobody in the market. I think you get one more roll, though, before we go up there. I think. Could happen right now, but I don't think so. I think you get one more roll. We go up here, dip your head out, and we fade it, and then we're going to come in and take it out on a Friday. Maybe they do front run it. Yeah, let me ask you guys that question about. That's what really wanted this whole conversation to be about. I realize you got like every single back end, like JPM, GS, UBS, you name it. Everybody's fearful. It's everywhere. It is all. You see it on Twitter. You see it on social. You see it on Reddit. You see it in the newspapers. You see it in Wall Street Journal. You see it in the Washington Post. You see it in the New York Times. You see it on CNN. Market Watch. Yesterday, Market Watch. I can't stand Market Watch, but they put something out on Elon Musk last night. And it's like nonstop. And it's all just words. It's all words that coming out of people's mouths. Conspiracy there is no Santa rally this year. My real fear here is that we've talked all year about next year things getting ugly. This looks like that blow off top super ramp for that to happen. That's what it looks like to me, and it could go really high. I posted that in the Discord. I posted that chart. You could read it two different ways, I guess. I'll bring it up right now. No, God, fucking hate Edge. This is the long-short ratio for TMT, Mag 7. These guys haven't been short at all. They've just been unloading. You want to see straight vertical when they do actually get long. It's just vertical. Not getting long. This is like the elephant. So if they're just starting to get long now, you could see the market just move to the upside. You could see like a when Miguel got says like the fear of that, just like buy everything, right? It'd be a holiday rally on steroids. You guys if you guys don't think this can't happen, we've done it many times. We've done it. We haven't done it in recent history. Not even like COVID. There have been times where we go up 30, 40% in a couple months, 2-3 months, like mid 1990s. we've had those moments, just like crazy rips. And some of the rhetoric right now kind of matches up with that stuff. When you hear the rhetoric on tariffs and on rounding up immigrants, and then you hear rhetoric from Elon Musk. Let's see if I can bring up what he's saying. See if I can find that.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, we see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast is a build of 1.805 million on the prior build of 5.474 million. The range sees a build of 3 million to a draw of 2 million. Gasoline inventories forecast is a build of 0.6 million on the prior build of 0.878 million. Distillate inventories forecast is a draw.
It's starting to gain traction now.
On the prior,
they're writing articles about it now.
Inventories of crude in Cushing, the prior was a draw of 0.346 million.
I think Market Watch put the first one out yesterday, but I'm going to read this to you. The word bombshell has been, hold on here. The word bombshell has been grossly overused for so long that it's guaranteed to make anyone's eyes roll. But what other words fit? With just a week until the presidential election, DT's close ally and major economic advisor, Elon Musk, warning supporters to expect economic chaos, a crashing stock market, and financial hardship, albeit only temporary if Trump wins. It sounds so extreme. The Trump fans must either wonder why he's been so foolish as to say the silent part aloud, or maybe hope that the whole story is made up, fake news. But it's very real. Billionaire Musk, Trump's would-be budget cutting and government efficiency czar, also says there would be no special cases and no exceptions when he starts slashing federal spending after Trump takes office. And he predicts he will need a lot of security personnel personally because of the likely reaction to his policy moves. Speaking on a telephone town hall with supporters Tuesday, here I'll post this in the Discord for you guys so you can read it on your own. Now being picked up this morning. I see news articles all over the news. Speaking on a telephone town hall with supporters Tuesday, Musk promised deep federal budget cuts, austerity, and economic pain ahead in a new Trump administration. We have to reduce spending to live within our means, Musk said. That necessarily involves some temporary hardship, but it will ensure long-term prosperity. Describing government spending as a room full of targets, Musk said, like you can't miss, fire in any direction, and you're going to hit a target. He said, I think once the election takes place, we'll immediately begin looking at where to take the most immediate action. And he added, obviously, a lot of people who are taking advantage of the government are going to be upset about that. I'll probably need a lot of security. Everyone, he said, will be taking a haircut. On his social media platform, X, formerly known as Twitter, the CEO went further and agreed with a supporter who predicted an initial severe overreaction in the economy. Markets will tumble. Musk responded with, sounds about right. Yikes. Trump has already said he wants Musk to head up a commission, blah, 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 blah. Musk's shockingly austerity message is unusual one to send voters a week before what is likely to be a close election, especially when America is booming. The job market is growing so strongly, it has wrong-footed the Fed Reserve, which got worried a month ago and slashed rates to prevent a slowdown that didn't happen. The third quarter economic growth was a thumping 3%. The latest inflation figures, while higher than expected, nonetheless show a dramatic fall from the post-COVID peak. Average weekly wages, after adjusting for inflation, are now slightly higher than before COVID. It's where I've talked to you guys about. I've mentioned this to you guys a few times, right? You have this like weird dynamic where unemployment plunges. You start removing people from the economy. Illegal immigrants, right? In this case, you have wages on fire and inflation on fire. You got spending, and you've also got cutting within the government. This is the part that I want to hone in on here, though. This is the part where you have the risk to the market, right? Unknown unknowns. This is not the usual picture when a politician, his campaign promises austerity, hardship, deep cuts, blah blah. Likely economic overreaction, a slump in the stock market. You usually hear those things proposed in a deep crisis when desperate times supposedly demand desperate measures. Now, let me go back to this. Meanwhile, investors in the S&P 500 have gained 54%, including dividends, since the start of the Biden administration, or after 30% after deducting inflation. So this like mad rush right now for equities, right? Mad rush, all big money. It's like, where does it go? Where does it go? Where does it go? If you get inflation raging, we got to put the money somewhere. How do you outrun inflation? It's not in the bond market. It's inside of the stock market and equities.
It's been 5 minutes time now. At the bottom of the hour, we see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast a build of 1.805 million on the prior build of 5.474 million, with a range of 3 million to a draw of 2 million expected. Gasoline inventories forecast a build of 0.6 million on the prior build of 0.878 million. Distillate inventories forecast is a draw of 0.973 million on the prior draw of 1.14 million. And inventories of crude in Cushing, the prior read was a draw of 0.346 million.
Meanwhile, investors in the SP have gained 54%, including dividends, since the start of the Biden administration, or 30% after deducting inflation. And the IMF says the U.S. has the best major economy in the world. This is not the usual picture when a politician in his campaign promises austerity, hardship, deep budget cuts, unlikely economic overreaction, and a slump in the stock market. You usually hear those things proposed in a deep crisis when desperate times supposedly demand desperate measures. Instead, Musk's agenda is like your new family doctor promising a major dose of brutal chemotherapy when you are perfectly healthy and cancer-free. It can hardly help that Trump and Musk themselves are billionaires and wouldn't experience any of the hardship predicted for ordinary Americans. Musk, with an estimated net worth of $270 billion, is the richest man in the world. Musk told supporters that the measures were needed because of the crisis of the skyrocketing federal debt. He compared the U.S. to an individual, even though a country that controls its own currency cannot go bankrupt to itself. I will note here that there are Wall Street people that disagree with that debt to GDP ratio being as out of control as portrayed. I did post a link last night to a white paper that disagrees with this assessment. At one point, he said spending was bankrupting the company before correcting himself and saying country. Musk did not address the issue of Trump's proposed tax cuts, which the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget say would add about twice as much to the national debt as the proposals of the Democratic rival Harris. Musk's concern with the ballooning national debt was focused entirely on cutting spending. Musk also said cutting federal spending was needed to bring down inflation, even though it has already fallen to 2.4%. The Trump campaign did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Wall Street economists are warning that Trump's tax cuts and tariffs would add more to inflation than Harris's proposals. As reported here at MarketWatch just one day ago, Musk's brutal budget-cutting math is way more severe than most Americans, including most MAGA fans, realize. 2/3 of the entire federal budget already go towards Social Security, Medicare, debt interest, defense, and veterans. Note that that does not include Medicaid. Everything else, including Medicaid, adds up to $2.3 trillion this year. So Musk's promise to cut at least $2 trillion from the federal budget either means he is going to abolish pretty much everything else, Medicaid, transportation, justice, Homeland Security, agriculture, and the FDA, and so on, or he is going to cut Social Security and Medicare. Or as Musk put it, when it comes to cutting federal programs, there will be no special cases, no exceptions. I posted the link to that article in the Discord.
I'll lead with the EIA crude oil inventories.
I don't know if that's all rhetoric. I don't know if that's all stumping. I don't know if that'll actually happen or it can happen or not. I really don't care. But if there is left tail risk from that happening or some form of that happening, there's a couple things that we probably need to know here. The first part would be if you're retired, a lot of you guys have your money in bonds and in the stock market. you guys are definitely in trouble. Or if you're poor, I guess you could be in some trouble too if you're on some federal program or whatever. But there's a greater issue here, which is if we do get a stock market crash or some form of an immediate recession or depression, we can't predict if we can come out of it. And whether we come out of it or not, or what other doors that opens for our economy or, I don't know, our presence in the world or whatever.
A draw of 2.707 million, lower than the expected build of 0.6 million. Distillates, a draw of 0.977 million, a draw of 0.977 million, lower than the expected draw of 0.973 million. Crude Cushing inventories, a build of 0.681 million, a build of 0.681 million.
The greater question that I have on that proposal is, it reminds me a lot of someone going public, let's say, about a crash that's coming, like happened in 2000, 2001, or 2007 and 2008. And what happened just prior to those crashes? The market went vertical. Now, you didn't know that, of course, right? Well, you kind of knew it. Most traders, if you knew back then, if you know anybody, like I think Binky was a trader back then, as always expressed, you see the market start, putting on like 2%, 3% a day, individual stocks going up 2, 3, 4%. What did Meta go up yesterday? Meta went up yesterday, and then the pre-market today, a bunch of points, right? Just like bombastic upside moves. So the question becomes, do we just know now that we'll have to price in that left tail risk on crashing the economy and crashing the stock market? If that's the case, do we move up, vertical to get the market where it needs to be before the impending crash that's being proposed and admitted to by our Doge czar? When I give you my opinions on QQQs, I give them every night in a market brief. Every single night. I got them right here. You want to see it? This is the market brief from last night. You want to see it? Does that look good? Is that a good opinion right there? Let's check on it. Did that do okay? That's doing okay to me. I'd say that's pretty good. Get them every night in a market brief. $18 a month, I think it costs. Looks pretty good. That's right, hot and sexy.
UK 10-year gilt yield raises.
You're welcome, brother. I got you.
Flat on the day.
Well, I guess he had a voice. He had a voice call that I think this reporter listened into something on. I'm assuming something on X or Twitter. He had a town hall. We had a discussion too. It wasn't like tweets. I think it was from an actual discussion in a town hall. Now, there's more articles coming out on this morning across the net. You can see the New York Times did something 14 hours ago. Yahoo, I don't know, U.S. News, CNBC 2 hours ago, Market Insider. Now, I don't know if that picks up any traction or not. We were discussing this morning, a friend and I, a trader and I were discussing this morning, and I was like, people even, like, because I talked to Bob Kendall once, and he said something fascinating to me. He said, he goes, when I was young, he's like, when I was a young participant on Wall Street, he goes, all these guys that were retiring were from the Great Depression. He said they'd worked into the 1950s, 1960s. They all started kicking off and retiring. And he said, but they used to pass along stuff that they knew from when they were very young. Like, these are young market participants, 20 years old, right? And 20s and 30s. Now they're in the 1950s and 60s. They're 60, 70 years old, coming out of the market and passing along the information that they had garnered And and Bob had said, I didn't have that experience, but I was able to get it relayed to me. He goes, if you look at the average professional on Wall Street, they've never been through. They're all young. He's like, most of them haven't been through 2008, 7. Haven't been through. Like, you'll get you guys like Gunlock and shit that did, but you're like rank and file professional. Hasn't been through any of those crises, like 2001, 2000, 2008, 2007. And of course, nobody alive today has been through, or not nobody alive. There's alive that's been through the Great Depression. Maybe there's a 100-year-old person out there that was born or something. And a lot of market participants didn't come through when we had oil, the oil scares in the 1970s. So, is this concerning to people or not? And how does it impact the market? I guess is my question. I would assume that it's a race to the top. That'd be my assumption. If you're going to price that that left tail risk in, you would, if you knew that there was going to be a crash or we're going to attempt to crash the stock market intentionally with austerity, then you would assume that the market's going to go vertical until that happens. You wouldn't just crash the stock market. You would actually fucking moon. You go quite high. So just looking at that chart with hedge funds getting long, or questions of, can we squeeze in a massive way? It's possible. I think it's possible. They're buying the dip on Lilly right now. Oh, God, not SMCI. They look terrible. SMCI, man. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, baby. Lilly coming back. Woo! Come on, Lilly. I think it was an average of like 15 sessions, though, Winky. Like, the retrace took some time when I was looking at let me ask you that question. What do you guys think out there? I always wonder what people think about this stuff. I'm always like, are they just, I'll be honest with you guys. I shouldn't say this publicly. I always feel like stuff like that, what Elon's talking about. I always feel like if someone says, yeah, do it, I'm trying to figure out, why are they saying that? Are they just poor? Like, be honest with you. I'm not trying to be a dick at all. But like, that you've got nothing to lose. You know what I'm saying? So I looked at some of the Twitter comments on it, and I was like, I wonder what the average annual salary of these people are. Like, are they just, getting by making 50 grand a year, 100 grand a year or something, and this would actually help them? Because I got questions. Like, if I would assume that if you were poor, you don't want this to happen. Most definitely. If you were retired, you wouldn't want this to happen. You'd be in trouble. If you were wealthy, you wouldn't care as much. You'd be okay if you're wealthy. If you had multiple streams of income, you'd probably be okay too. Middle class probably get banged up pretty well. I always wonder who it is, that's saying I would want that. And my only assumption here would be that it would be somebody that thinks it would help them directly. So who would that help directly? I don't know. It would help me. I know that. I spent you guys already know this. You guys have known me for over 4 or 5 years now, right? You guys have seen what I've done. I changed my whole lifestyle. I paid down all my debt. I bought properties. I even sold my last properties at the top of the fucking housing market. I got a ton of fucking cash.
According to the EIA,
I feel good about it. I would actually love it because we crash the stock market, I can buy a dip.
January 2020.
I can buy a housing dip. I can buy a housing crash. But I don't know that everybody would be okay with that. So I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. If you work for the, like, I think this is the last part. Like, I think everybody's in agreement with, immigration reform. I think everybody wants, less bureaucracy and less wasteful spending, and even to have better services for the non-wasteful spending. But I don't always know if that's I don't know if that's the direction. You know, maybe you have to do that because you can't get past all the red tape. I can see that argument too. But in the meantime, that does impact our markets, doesn't it? Our stock market. Do you guys think that our stock market won't crash? If you do, what are you doing? Are you guys sitting on the sidelines? Is that why everybody's going to cash right now, or gold, or do you think gold and Bitcoin would survive that? I don't think that it will. I think cash does, but I think that's it. I don't think I've never seen gold survive a stock market crash. I've never seen that. I think that's a myth. I think how it gets. I'm reading what you guys are saying right now. I could see like if I was like my oldest daughter, she'd probably like something like that.
Crude futures.
They got kids that stay at home till they're 30 years old. If I was 30 years old living in my parents' house, I'd probably be like bring that shit on. It ain't my fucking money. Fuck my parents. You know, I can't make any money. I can't afford anything. Do it. I could see that group of people getting behind it. Morning, how y'all doing? Oh, my neck. Having neck pain right now. Like all body pain. Aching. Yeah, there's not a lot of I would say this to you. If you want any insight in this, like any kind of insight, I did go to business school. There is a thesis that wealth shrinks or goes away in something in like recessions and in depressions and things like that, right? You can't, if you want to stay wealthy in those situations, you need to have multiple forms of multiple income streams to survive them. There's no hiding money or wealth. If you think that there is, there really isn't. You have an ability though to buy things cheaper if you have money, no debt. If you're able to get rid of your debt too, that helps a lot too in those situations. Paying back down your debt, having lots of cash on hand. Cash, believe it or not, it's cash. Tons of cash. There aren't many places to hide in those situations. Hold on here. But I don't know if that's going to happen like that, and I don't know that that we're going to crash. So there's ways to combat that. If you had like a low unemployment rate, inflation raging, remove all the illegal immigrants, it's possible you could skate through that. There really is a possibility. It's a wonky thesis, but I don't know if the stock market would actually crash. It might, but it may not. If you could keep unemployment low and people are working, you get sprinkle some wage inflation in there. It's possible. There's an eye. There's a needle with an eye there. It'd be a crazy ass needle. The other thing that there's one other aspect to it that kind of scares me. I've thought about this a little bit. So I talked to some friends this morning about it. Talked to a friend on the phone about it. There's one other aspect to this that's kind of sketchy. If you're to send us into this austerity, we went back like a depression. There's also geopolitical risk in doing this.
Headline risk with Financial Juice Pro.
If you recall,
Only $99 a year for
the last Great Depression was followed by what? You guys remember? That's right. You can jumpstart an economy, can't you? Economists don't like saying that. Economists thinks it's messy. They want you to go to the historians, right? Go to the historians and talk to them about how war creates wealth. Don't talk to us. Economists like to have these very clean economic theories. They do not like discussing war. Illinois Nazis. Oh no, Timu. Winky's been watching Lily. I bet Winky, have you been watching every single tick on Lily? Oh yeah. Winky's watching every tick. You know what else Winky did? Is he bought the bottom. Winky sold Reddit today to buy more Lily. Well, I do that, Winky. You're doing good, dog. I do that DCA, bro. Winky's on fire right now. He's trading.
So
He's been
UK
trading.
Races earlier drop and now flat on the day.
Yeah, even if he only if he achieves a fraction of the stated goal. Yeah, I can't tell. I ended the conversation. Last conversation I had with the guy this morning was I called the guy, trader this morning, and I ended it with I can't tell if this is all. I think my synopsis was this. My synopsis is I can't figure out what is stumping, what is rhetoric, what is real, what is not real at this point. We're at like max, in this election in particular, we're at like max rhetoric. Number two is it's clear as day to see that you guys are max loading puts. You guys are fucking loading puts and you're exiting the market. So for sure,
Okay, 2 years.
all of this concerns all of you to some extent. Even if you're not saying it publicly, your actions are speaking differently. Your actions are saying something completely different. The data is out there. No, it's max everywhere. It's max media, max social media. It's max crazy town right now. It's everywhere. And it's definitely impacting. We got the data. I posted it last night for you guys. Posted it inside the Discord. You can read the white papers on that shit. You can read the actual data. You can see it in the vol curve. Every day you can see it. The vol curve spikes every day. You guys are just ramping OTM puts on a crash. You can see it in the volume in the market. It's like simple. Those December Lily Bulls at it again. There was something else here that I want to talk to you guys about today. I'm going to try to get into this later in the broadcast. If I can make it until the close today. I got to take a break, too. I got to rest my voice. If I can make it until the end of the day today, we're going to talk about positioning, just to wrap all of this up into end of the year. So some of you may know this and some of you may not. I have a hedge on the market right now. I've made it public. I have a hedge for a pullback in the market in case we do get some kind of a pullback before going moon. I have a ratio spread in the market. And I'm about to close a short put side of this trade if we can get 590 between now and Friday, and leave the long put side of the ratio on for this possible pullback in the election period. Now, something else that I've done
Eastern time
is put on
ECB Schnabel.
You remember? Call spreads, right? For mid-January, on a major pullback in this consolidation, I put them on, didn't I? For 600 and 620. For end of the year, too. I will say this to you. It is okay to be hedged. Or it's okay to be hedged into the end of the year or the doom or if you're the psychosis or the panic that you're exhibiting instead of OTM puts. Ratios are nice. They cover that doom crash. We're up here at a high right now. We're trading 582.98. I'll say it again. Some put spreads in the money. If you don't like ratios. You could also get call spreads into the end of the year for a melt up. Melt ups kind of suck to trade. They can be difficult. You can be wrapped in fear. And also lots of repricing of, if we get, like Miguel Agat mentioned, the repricing of volatility or VIX, right? Reprice the VIX, spot up. It becomes this grind where we're back testing. So price goes moon. Meanwhile, you don't make any money. Spreads in these end of the year trades, oftentimes spreads are awesome. You can day trade it up too. You're like, yeah, I'm going to day trade it and try to make some money. But in the background, you have some kind of this is going to print. You know what I mean? I'm going to make money guaranteed. I don't have to look at it. I don't have to fight for the money. So if you're looking for that trade with call spreads, maybe we can get down to 550. You get a pullback November 5th, November 15th, November 1st to the 15th. And fascinatingly enough, when Trump was first elected in 2016 November, we bloodbathed into the Friday, and then we mooned out thereafter. What if we were to go up into the Friday before the election and then roll thereafter? So, the inverse trade, right? So think about that trade too. When I think about that long trade into the end of the year, where you're I've spent holiday seasonal trades fighting for money, day trading it. It's been some of the worst money I've made. Is in end of the year Santa rallies. They're very volatile. December's known to be volatile. Even weekly trades, monthly trades, they'll erase all those gains. I don't know how to explain it better, but you get this volatility within a trade, and even though we're not volatile, I'm explaining that right, but rather than this nice, beautiful move higher, it's like this: wham, 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 wham. We're there, and you didn't make any money. better way to describe it. Is that a good crayon way to describe it? Right? We're in negative gamma. Squeeze, baby, make some money. right? We're in this positive game where it's just like slamming you, slamming you, slamming you, slamming you sideways, 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 squeeze, sideways, that kind of stuff. So, start thinking about that. I got asked that in a question in a DM last night. Cap, what do I do for the holiday trade? And I'm like, it's call spreads, baby. They're so nice. You literally book them. You can book them out for like middle of January, middle of February. Close them out on December 31st. Let them ride if you think we're going to keep going higher. They're nice holiday presents. You don't get the glory of a day trade where you can brag about it right now today, but you really do get to come back, 90 days and go, whoo, 45 days, 30 days. Yeah, I made some money. So keep that on your plate here as a kind of the election, specifically like Friday, 5th, the 15th. Just write yourself a note no matter what you're seeing out there. The doom, the hysteria, the gloom, that there's a payoff into the end of the year. Some kind of a future holiday rally that lasts maybe into February, depending on who gets elected. Yeah, that's true too. Sell your premium on the. You can do that too. You can just sell puts. That's another one. That's what I like doing that too. I don't own the S&P right now though, so I can't do that. I sold the S&P already. I'm out. I'm risk adverse right now. I promised myself this year that I'd be more hands off the market into next year. I'm very fearful of crash next year, or not necessarily crash. I've tried to reword this. I'll have it in the end of the year report. I've said it a few times. I would rein in my expectations on a first dip where I expect it to be bought. I'm going to rein in my expectations on making new highs or like continuation new highs. Rein in my, do I just like go long in February, March, all year long? There's a couple traps in there where you get like go a little bit lower. And then you're thinking we're going to get all like new highs, new highs, new highs, new highs all year, and you're not going to get it, or at least in the summer. Like rein in expectations on the down and upside. Rein in bottoms and make a little bit lower, and rein in profit taking a little bit lower. And I have to be, me personally, I have to be a little bit more comfortable with that. Like lesser returns next year. Simplified. Even if I miss returns, mostly because I'm afraid of a market top. You guys have already known that for some time now, right? Told you guys 2025. Me too. I do too. I love owning SPY. I fucking love it. I fucking love, like, if we can get a crash or something, like Elon's like crash the market, I'm like, sign me the fuck up. Like, let's do it. Do it. You want to do a generational sell? Fucking bring it on. I'm ready. Rock and roll, baby. I'm your guy. I'm here for you. More doom, the better. Oh, I'll tell you what. What I just read over here about SMCI, I would. That's a bad one. That was not a good report. That I would be very wary. I would not. I'm not on them right now, but why do I have Bitcoin up here? I don't want Google up here either. Why do I got stuff on here? VIX just cranking, baby. Look at that. VIX cranking, trading 22.75 right now. Look at NQ. NQ's followed the entire path. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Yee-haw, baby. That's hilarious.
Schnabel says disinflation remains on track, which allowed us to lower rates further in October. But the fight against inflation is not yet won.
SMCI, hold on here.
And a gradual approach to removing restrictions remains appropriate. And
Shoot, hold on.
Subject to high uncertainty.
Dude, what? Stop. Stop at the rotating charts.
Schnabel says there's no need to go below neutral.
There is something else we have to talk about here. I don't know if I save it for the end of the day. Yeah, they're fucked. Let me tell you how far down they're going. Maybe not today, but
to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm.
yeah, they're gonna give it all up.
Then sign up today and get out.
They'll be trading $12.
Financial Use Pro for a year's worth of our
They're definitely gonna be trading 23
and save 92%.
and eventually 12 or 10. We got to talk about something here too. Because I don't want to create panic with this. I don't know if it should be a private video. We're starting. We've talked about this. Yes, yeah. If the entire board is involved in it, they're fucked. Like they're saying that the board, the investigation committee, all of management is wrapped up in this. If you can't get straight fucking answers, that's where there's I always call it legal and illegal fraud. Illegal fraud's bad, really bad. It's when you're obscuring, illegal fraud's really bad for a stock. It's really bizarre too. Wall Street holds companies to the standard. You can do anything you want as a corporation, a publicly traded company, basically, and get away with highway fucking murder. Elon Musk, prime example. They don't like fraud. It's like golden rule number one. Even if it's legal, they have to trust what you're telling them. They got to. Wall Street can pull shady shit. You can pull shady shit. Just no fraud. It's like cheating. If you're cheating on your wife, cheating on your husband, you're can't get over this. That's the one thing. You ask most men out there, what can you forgive with your wife? They're gonna tell you, I can forgive everything unless she cheats on me. You know what I mean? Most men, not all of them. I'm sure there are particular situations where it's not the case. But you ask a young person, especially young people, they're going to tell you that, right? Fraud, man. That's what it sounds like. I would say they're going to trade. I see them now trading $12. Think about the fact that the last good example I have is Sam Adams Bear, right? They overstated Trulia's. I don't know if it's Trulia, but whatever that shit drink, that watered down shit is. And they sent them down to fucking zero. Not zero, but pretty goddamn close. Because it was legal fraud. And then you had the C-suite cashing out. We got to talk about something. Now, we're not there yet. Now, all this talk about squeezing, all this talk about rip faces off into the end of the year, into February.
Sustainable manner next year.
All this doom speak from Elon. We do have to talk about something. We've addressed this every 6 months or so, where we are. Like when people, like I've been asked in the past, like, are we going to crash the stock market? And I'm like, no, they're still accumulating. That's not going to happen.
That's 11:15.
No matter what the fuck they're telling you,
comments from
they're lying to you right now. And that's those accumulations on higher frames. I spent some time looking at, I try to do these checks every month or so just to see where we actually are. We're not there yet. But in terms of the top of velocity and higher frames, the tops of accumulation on market breadth, PMOs, PPIs, momentum, we're not there yet, but we're getting pretty close. Pretty darn close. We've also got some forward PE stuff that's not sketchy yet, but next year becomes sketchy. Now, even when those things peak, I'm not going to show it to you here on the stream today. I'm going to do a private video. I'm going to describe it to you if you're a free member. Even when those things peak, we're close. We're not that close like a month. We're that close like the next 3 months. Right around there. But no more than 6 months, but probably 3 months. From there, you'll normally see a roll in those metrics. The market will continue higher, but become bumpy. Not always, but sometimes. If they don't become bumpy, they'll go higher, like cranking. Sometimes we can start trading flat, but we're getting close, is my point. And it's not usually that dramatic. It's not like we're going to peak out and not see it. You actually see them roll down. And the market usually trades sideways, bumpy, or up. The market typically doesn't roll, is my point, in a negative fashion as that's taking place. So there is a warning. We're not there yet, but we're close. We actually moved up in a lot of those metrics significantly the past 2 months. More so than we have in September, October. A lot of those metrics have been going fucking vertical.
Remain a bit bumpy due to energy.
So we gotta look at that shit together. We'll do a private stream. Maybe over the election, once the election's over, or something like that, or maybe we can even look at it during the holidays. But we're getting to that point where we start to need to look at it together as a group more frequently. We could start becoming predictive in an actual market top. Not yet. We're not there, but if we monitor it, we could probably get to a point where we can start predicting a top. Depends on how we trade. So we're not there. We're not there yet. I don't want to say that in public because you guys will like slam the put button, like market crash. We're not there. This is like a process. It takes time. We're getting there though. We're getting close. Yeah, I was scratching my head on Lily this morning. Wiki and I were talking about Lily and the nice little rollover setting up here. Wiki and I were talking about or this morning he mentioned Lily and I said I'm going to go read the CNBC brief on their report, and they talked out of both mouths. They were like, demand is lesser. I'm like, no. Then later on, that was the headline. Then they go, demand is high, but they had to spend money on meeting that demand. And I'm like, wait a minute, you're speaking out of two sides of your mouth. Well, they had to spend a bunch of capital for meeting demand. I'm like, okay, so wait a minute. Are you saying that they couldn't sell enough drugs because they had to build more infrastructure, more capital on production because demand is so high? Or like, what are you exactly saying? What are you saying here? And they seemed like they were talking out of two mouths there. Like they were taking profit, not necessarily as bearish as, the
ECB Schnabel says
report
core inflation is
seemed.
more informative for the medium term.
I thought that was rad when you did that. Winky. No, it does not. You can literally predict the top with this shit. You don't need to be buying nothing. It's so easy.
ECB's Villeroy.
It's like too easy to see. We saw it in SMCI. It's too easy to see. It's like you staying in front. You're in front of a barn and you throw the softball at it and hit it. It's not hard to see. There's no point. And that's the other thing. The rate at the increase matters too. We could grind slowly for 6 months. They could literally extend this bull market into 26, and we just don't have the crazy up moves, and you'd be fucked. There's no point. You just wait for it to happen and go, okay, we've triggered it. You will see literal velocity roll on higher frames as prices are going higher. They will deleverage before you do. They leave you at the bag. They haven't done that yet. You're in the clear as of right now that I can see. Well, here we go. Here we go. Come on now. Send it lower, baby. Almost 11:30 this morning. Wow, I've been on for a while now. It feels later. We got 11:30. We got 1:30.
And Schnabel says the euro area economy has been slowing.
I'm not really a fan of Market Watch, I'll be honest with you. They were just happened to be the one that I read. I don't normally read them either. I'm not a fan of them at all, actually. I don't consume Market Watch. There's 30 other articles out there you could read. So you don't need to be reading theirs.
Risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99.
Oh yeah, they can trade $22. They can trade 12. I would give them a price target of $12. It won't be all at once though. You're not going to get that like this week. It's going to squeeze. It ain't going to be like, it's not going to be straight down to $12 next week. I don't think. I'd be looking for a squeeze to short though. If it squoze, get in there to short it. If you're not already on the bus. Any thoughts on Brent and CL? Yeah. So like this morning, we're talking about oil this morning.
Traders pair Bank of England rate cut bets and see less than 100 basis points by 2025 end.
Woo, that's good. No rate cuts, good for the economy. Yeah, we had WTI, CL. Let's look at oh, sorry about that.
And Schnabel says the labor market is showing signs of softening.
We were discussing CL this morning. Put it on a 30-minute. So we're talking about a
Shortly expecting
a possible war bet, right? Over the weekend, that's risky, of course. We didn't get the destruction of oil distribution or processing facilities over the weekend, but we are getting a turn to the upside right now in oil. I still like the trade. I still like the upside trade in CL. As a matter of fact, I like the trade to $80. Still within that variance right now. $84 is what I really like. Do I like oil? Yes, I do. What about the market cap? I think the market's going to go down here. I think, if you guys don't know already, I think the market goes... Show you, yeah, right down there. There you got one more. Maybe not quite yet. Q's already rolling right now. I'm interested to see this. I thought Q's would get one more bump here. There's a larger roll coming down between now and Thursday. I don't trust it just yet, though. I like CL here, and generally speaking. I'm interested to see what happens here. I'd like to see SPY do one more uppies. Or I didn't like that it was this low. I'd like to see one more rip here. They're trying to trap bulls in right now. Same on Qs. I want to see one more rip in Qs today and at the end of the day. But I want to see a down day tomorrow, and I want to see Meta get sold pretty significantly. I haven't even looked at Meta yet to see what they're doing. Did they already take the money and run on Meta? Oh, they already sold that shit. God damn it. I got them cranking up into like 620. But I also have a major short on these guys. See that right there? It looks like they're front running it. That's the first move. So I gave you guys this yesterday in the Discord. A move higher and then one more move up, but then a major short on it. Like a fucking bloodbath. Not quite there yet. So Meta's already trading. This is from put this in the Discord yesterday morning. Meta's already there. I'd like to see one more Meta trip, one more pump on Meta. I think Meta's a sell the news after their ER. This could be the top though too. They could have fulfilled it already. This is now a tough trade. That's 3 for 3, by the way. That's fucking 3 for 3. God damn. I don't know if they get the second leg. I hope that they do. I hope they get like one more leg into the close today. It's like shaping up for an epic it's shaping up for an epic fucking short. Of all the TMT that's reporting this week, I'm like, oh God, please send it up to 620 so I can short the fuck out of it. No, I'm in trouble. Just got a text message from Bork. Yeah, I can totally do that. Hold on here. I want to see if this holds. This should hold. Not only should this hold, but we should go up into the close. or at least sideways and up into the close. I'm not on this doom fucking trade just yet. It's too early. I want the doom trade after the bell. Yeah, they ran. I think they run it all into today into the close. We should get a pullback down to like 72, 74, and then a whipsaw higher to 590 into the end of the week. We should start moving here. Like, it should start moving, like, pretty good. There should be, like, some kind of a, so we're in this, like, coil. So I really like the idea of, like, the break higher, like the failure, and then woof, something fucking straight nasty, like violence. A little bit more room to run. You see how it just keeps coiling? It should get nasty. Should get nasty. Like that. Take out that 72 down there. Yeah, it's like I really want to see that taken out. And then bam, violence. Nobody gets paid. There's like a fake. There's like a double, like a bull. There's like some kind of like a bull trap in here. Well, not a bull. That's not a bull trap. It's like a false breakout. You know, but then we just like straight down to 72. I'm assuming Meta could do that, and then woof, straight up. It's gonna get. I think it's gonna get saucy. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Oh. And I want to buy that so fucking bad right now. Day is today. Man, that could have been it right there. Theoretically, that was the bottom right there. 1 hour. Might just ultra ramp here.
Says data today is first indication that we have reached a turning point.
CL's cranking too. Oil's moving. There's a giant cluster here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I see that it's moving right now. I'm looking at it right now. I'm hoping for a rejection on CL now. I'm wondering if it can go something like that. Is that Friday? Nope. Yeah, they're selling volatility right now, Water Boy. You see that they're selling volatility in a huge way. I haven't said it on stream at all.
Risks have increased significantly. And Schnabel says a major worry is protectionism in light of the US election.
Thanks for saying something. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
And Schnabel says I should expect more frequent supply side shocks, which will have an impact.
Oh, yeah. Watch out for a squeeze. This might be it. Not guaranteed, but this might be the one. This might be the breakout. 11:30 into the close today. This could be it. This is one of the two chances to do it. A monster break. This is like a possible monster breakout. This might be it. There's like 2 chances. This is one of them. Yeah, this might be it, Waterboy. It's either now or 1:30. I hope the fuck they don't save it for the close. I'll be pissed. That over there. I don't know if it's happening, but it's possible. If it is it. We've been waiting a long time for this, haven't we? How long have you been waiting for it? Hold on, let's take a look. This might be it. We've been waiting for this since October 14th. 15 days ago.
Schnabel says we're soon getting closer.
Just
to the neutral.
do it. If this is it, I don't know if it is. There's like a 30% chance this is it. That's pretty good. It's a pretty good percentage chance. Watch that yellow or that white dotted line up there. Oh, man. Come on. This is most definitely an attempt at it. I'm afraid to switch over right now. I'm like, I don't know if I should start raising stops or what I should do here. Look and see. Oh, man. It wants to so fucking bad. I mean, look at that fucking buy right there. Well, it so wants to. The breakout. It's so sketchy. No, they're gonna tease it. It's gonna be like it's like now 1:30 fucking 345. They're not going to make it easy. That's why I said like a 30% chance. We got like 3 shots at this. Just give me like 30 straight points up. Every bear in the market's watching right now. Every short, every bear. And you just run every fucking one of them over. And they all have to follow. All the dealers have to follow. Oh, I love it. It's like Callahan Motors. It doesn't hurt so much here and here. Right over here it hurts. Are you well hedged? Yep. Hurts really bad, like right here. You're not even hedged, you're just short? See how deep that red mark is over there? Probing is going on, I can tell, man. There is one negative thing here. Not guaranteed here, but just quickly looking at see that tick was that was like a penny. See right there. See that high tick right there? I don't like that. This could be a false breakout. It's literally 1 penny short. Put this right here just in case. It's not always the case, but I don't like that 1 penny short bullshit. Just going to quickly look around here. Yeah, they keep trying to stop it over here from happening on Qs too. They keep trying to do these hammer candles over here for this move higher, which we need. Just show you guys something quickly here, okay?
Not have to react to short-term deviations from inflation.
If it does happen, just bear with me here, okay, boys and girls? If we get the move higher, right? It's gonna be just like this. We're just gonna rip fucking faces off. Now beware, there's another downside move and then a move higher, okay? So let me just show you this here. And there is a reason behind this. There's a show you something back over here. Sorry, see this right here? That stuff.
news for non
Trying to catch like one more high up here
Special offer of Financial Juice Pro.
so we can break out above 503.
Price of
Trade like 505, 510 and shit like that. That's that red line there, 504.49. So there's a lot of mechanics going on right now. Oh yeah, motherfucker. Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah, get on up there. Now, my point here is if they're going to do it right now, we only have to go over. We just have to break out above it. We don't actually have to stay up there. Just go up there. You understand? Watch this right now, boys and girls. Watch this closely. Uh-uh. Oh, they're mad. They're definitely mad right now. If you guys are in the Discord, where we got trades on the Discord. SPY Q's trying to make a breakout right now to the upside. Trade 5,900. Possibly 58.78. Also looking to trade 58.62. No guarantees here yet. We got one major resistance point right where this dotted line is. There's also no requirement to trade 5,900 at the moment. Just getting above it, it's going to be a huge move. Watch out for rejection above SPY, specifically 583.68. There will be an attempt to throw the market much lower. There'll be violence above this line right here, guaranteed. If you want to take it off as we approach it or get to it, and then maybe jump back in above it, that can be understood. That's also where R1 is as well. But there is violence above.
ECB Schnabel says we do not think there is any need to react immediately in the US elections. We have run scenarios on the US elections. UK money markets now show a 48% chance of a further 25 basis point Bank of England rate cut in December versus 63% earlier in the day.
Give you guys a couple targets inside the Discord. Three targets. In yellow plus the call wall. This might be it. This might be it, Roberto. I'm long like fucking 20 grand right now. I can't go over anything. I apologize. At the moment, no. But I will. I will later today if you want. Or if they pound this shit down and tell me no. Roberto, I can go over that for you too. Bando, Roberto, I can go over this stuff with you guys. I go over it, but I don't go over it always enough. We're going to go over mRNA. Gamma. I can do gamma for you easily. Keep on moving, don't stop now. Keep on moving. Watch out for violence above. You guys are responsible for your own trading. If you guys have requests for me to look at stuff, I can't do it at this exact moment. I can do it later today if this run stops. I voted. I got a couple of things to tell you guys. Fuck. Thanks for bringing that up. So I have on stream will be up on Friday. I will not be here for the morning. I have meetings with attorneys and developers on Friday morning, and I think I've put it into a brief. Also have my daughter is a ballot counter, and I already voted. That's why I'm bringing this up. I've already done my vote. But my daughter is ballot counting, and everything's so crazy right now. Watch out for we've got 8 more minutes. We did what we needed to do here. I'd really like to see us get up here, but just take note of 12 p.m.
Now move your body, it's just a beat.
Like it? Nah. 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 Yeah.
What you gonna do? You gonna come closer? You gonna stare forever? Do you wanna get to know me? Get your confidence up. Get your confidence up. Get your confidence up. Get your confidence up. You better do this right.
They don't like the probing, do they?
UCB's Villeroy says it's too early to declare victory over inflation. Although victory is in sight.
Look at that. Look at that. Don't do it. Just note they're coming in at 12 o'clock. They might try to roll it down.
You gonna stare forever?
This could be a place to take money and run up here.
Macroeconomic risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year. Real-time service.
Give me that motherfucking squeeze.
You better do this right. You better. We on the trap tonight. What you gonna do? You gonna come closer? You gonna stare forever?
1 minute trigger near vertical.
Stare forever?
Still bullish.
Do you wanna get to know me? Get your confidence up. You better do this right.
Watch out for a pullback. Coming into the... Got 2 minutes left. Oh, easy. Should I just go potty and not watch it all day long? I think that's what I'm going to do. One minute left. Just a note to you that at this moment, right, what we just did right here was we broke above every single high going back to Friday, October 25th, okay? It's first new high since Friday, just at this moment. There's no requirement to go any higher. We also just closed the gap. So let me show you guys something here, okay? See this gap right here? We just closed it. So we can roll here. Woo! Woo-hoo! Pain right now. Pain, 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 pain. See it over here? Oh, yeah, baby. Whoop. See, nope. Right back at him again. Is this the breakout? I'm going to take a quick break and go potty. I don't want to watch this anymore. I'm long. Been long since down here. Can't tell if it's right now, if it's later, if it's end of day. You dick around with this shit. We got traffic up there too. A whole hell of a lot of traffic up there. Traffic here, traffic here, traffic here. Been waiting 15 days for this. I'll be right back with you guys. Give me 5 minutes. I've been sitting on the chair since like 9 a.m. or 8:30 or something.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation. $54 counterparties take $228.946 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation. As the US Defense Secretary says, we are closely tracking unprecedented.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
US Defense Secretary says North Korean troops wearing Russian uniforms as concerns mount, they will aid the fight against Ukraine. At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Nagel, who gives a speech on Europe in Frankfurt.
I'll be on in just a minute, guys. Just going to 2 p.m. Just give me a few more minutes. I'm trying to write a proposal right now. Be very careful here. They're going to try to. It's kind of odd how to say this. Where's 4 p.m.? Depends on how the day of the close here ends today. Here, let me go over to the trigger screen really quick. So they don't like this up here. See that right there? They don't like that at all, right? Violence up here. There is potential. One quick second. I'm still long here, by the way, if you don't know. Hold on here. I don't think this is going to happen, but right here. There is a potential for us to blast down like there. Now, stay with me here. But only to trade same day into the close today to tomorrow to trade literally
At 2 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from ECB's Nagel.
Something like this.
In Frankfurt.
Right there, like that kind of that big of a move, like that far down, that far up. You'd like open tomorrow up here. It depends on what the move is after the bell, but just be aware of it. Give me just a few more minutes. I'll be with you guys in just a minute here. This is unexpected, by the way. This is all wicking, though, too. So don't get too crazy here. I'll go down the... Hold on a second here. This is all wicking action, so don't get too crazy with the bearishness. If you look on the daily here, still no decision made. It's red, but it's about halfway right now. On a 4-hour basis. So I can scroll over so you can see this. Still wicking here. The buyers are still here. They either need to like super ramp this, believe it or not, into the close. If they don't super ramp this, we are going to go down, likely down to below this like local support here. To be the third bar down here. Let me show you the third bar on the main screen here. That third bar is right over here, 578. So you might as well take out the 76 down below. Third bar is like right in here. So you take that full third bar out. I don't think you go straight to this one and bounce either. It all depends on what the expectation is after the bell. They would try to destroy options though in a vicious way if they're going to go up that high. Be careful of it. We had something like this happen right here. Oh, 1 second here. Whoop. Let me show it to you better here. Wrong date, wrong date, wrong date. Right here. Just so you can see this here. I'm going to try this bullshit here. This is the 30th of September. And try to slam it down right at the end of the day, but it winds up going, I don't know. Into the close, it goes up 1.1% into the bell. So if this was the top today, this is the close at 4 p.m. So you get what I'm saying? Today is the 30th. See the move down right now, and then the crazy move to the close. So just if you're short or anything like that and you're all fist pumping or whatever, I'll come back over here. I'm still fine right now. My calls. I've actually I bought and then I added one more time. So just right here. Well, that's the peak on today, right? You can end up seeing some kind of like a whiplash motion, like wham straight down, and then like monster move, stupid move to the upside. Something like, I know this sounds crazy to you, but so if they had any continuation, it's like monster, and then literally like this into the close today.
Shortly expecting comments from ECB's Nagel.
So just watch that closely here, however deep they're trying to take this. They might be trying to do that. They just drag it like straight down, all the way down here. And then literally, what's 1% move? Let's look at it. So maybe right there. Something like that. Don't be fooled by this. This is going to crank. Well, not don't be fooled, but there's a high probability we crank this close.
So ECB's Nagel says euro.
I mean, crank it like
remains
way, way, way up here.
on inflation. The ECB should remain cautious and not to rush on rates. And Nagel says price stability is not far off, but the last stretch of the road still has to be covered.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
All right, here I come. I gotta pause this. I can't keep doing this. This is driving me batty. I'm trying to finish a technical paper here, and I can't seem to find. I'm getting frustrated now. Like trying to wrap up a technical paper here in the background. Old man, be right back. Trying to finish a technical paper here. Do you ever have like too many bookmarks, and you're like, oh, I gotta save this bookmark. I gotta share this in this technical paper, and it's like a social media app, and I've never seen anything quite like it. So I wanted to put it in this technical paper, and I can't find the goddamn bookmark. And I always tell myself I'm going to go in and clean out my bookmarks, but I don't. Okay, so what do we got going on here? So let's go through this really quick. Where is it? There we go. So today, after the close, we have. Hold on, let me go back to the Discord too. Today today is the 30th, right? So we got 2020 Wednesday the 30th, right? We also have the 31st is tomorrow. It's end of month, of course, but it's Halloween. Actually, it's Devil's Night in Detroit. If you don't know what Devil's Night is, back in the day, they used to people would try to get rid of houses in Detroit when the bad times, and they'd burn houses down in Detroit for a multitude of reasons. Insurance. Sometimes they were problem houses, like trap houses, what they call them today, drug houses and stuff like that. So I think that's tonight. I think Devil's Night's tonight, Halloween's tomorrow. But at any rate, so tomorrow's officially the end of the month, but you know that these Wall Streeters are going to be out and about tomorrow. So they could be wrapping this stuff up today. We've also got tomorrow's the 31st, so you have the end of of stop loss harvesting, not stop loss, tax loss. Stop for a minute. I've been sick. I apologize. Tax loss harvesting. And then you have like the end of not end, but like super buybacks. We got to talk about that too. We should talk about that today because today's Wednesday. But I want you to know that I'll share this with you tonight if I can find it. But most of the investment or trading investment banks become like slight net sellers next week, or on the first forward into from the first forward into the first week and heading into they become like banks or trading firms, professionals become light sellers into next week. Now that could start on the first theoretically, maybe even the 31st, but I think it's the first or after. More than likely it isn't until Monday. The way the month works right now is pretty wonky. I don't know if you're understanding this, but I'll try to clip it and share it with you guys. But the thesis here is that we're coming in the fucking month. And they could be trying to wrap up their trades today and not tomorrow is my point. And it's like middle of the week, so you got like wonky days, you got like Thursday's end of month, but it falls in kind of a holiday. Then you get Friday. And I think we get weakness on Friday. I'm not positive yet on that one, or at least by Monday, we're going to get some weakness. Now, there's a few things to look at here. Full screen. Let's go to a 30-minute basis here. We're getting some wild action in here, right? As we approached above here earlier today, we knew that there could be a violent reaction above, and there is. We did get a new high, which is positive. But you don't want to see a new low, do you? If you see a new low from this low over here, things can get ugly and nasty. And I suspect that they do get nasty at some point. If you look at your brief, I have us getting blasted down over here, which is definitely possible. And where it's end of month, we can get some wild-ass moves as well as they attempt to print monthly options spreads without paying anyone. They only want to be paying like 8 cents, 9 cents, 20 cents, stuff like that, and putting price where it needs to be while they've murdered options this entire month. That's the thesis. But we do go there, right? So at any rate, what are we going to do here? We're going to do this. Pivot. We're going to meet that right there. And we got some other stuff going on. We've got, after the bell today, we've got Microsoft reporting and Meta reporting. Now, we've got some others. You got Robinhood and Coinbase, Sonova, Etsy, Riot, Roku, Carvana. And we also have Starbucks, S-Bucks reporting. So you got a bunch of reports after the bell. On Thursday, we've got Amazon. Big ones would be Amazon. Which in the morning, we've got Uber, MasterCard is another big one at least. Then on Thursday we got Amazon. That's a biggie. Intel, who never frickin' performs. And on Friday we're kind of light on major reports. So like Friday we got reports in the morning, but we're kind of light on them, aren't we? We got reports though tonight. We got reports tomorrow. And we also have end of month tomorrow. And we have end of month tomorrow. Now, of the three major reports, Meta, Microsoft, and Amazon, let's bounce through those really quick because this can impact the close, of course, today, right? Any one of these reports and it being end of the month, they can just start super ramping us here. Let's first take a look at those, let's take a look at those reports for today. So give me one quick second here. Make sure I'm on the right charts. Triggers. Hope I did these in the right layouts here. The first one's going to be Meta after the bell. I posted these for you yesterday morning or the day before at like 6 a.m. or something like that, pretty early in the morning, either Monday or Tuesday. And Meta has already made its move higher. They super ramped yesterday, super ramped in the pre-market, and they have their report after the bell. Now, I have an expectation that they would trade 620. Of all the reports, I think from like most bullish to most bearish, I think I have Meta as the most bearish. Well, not bearish. The most likely to squeeze up to like 620 in a huge sell on it after its report. Huge sell on it after its report. Now, they've front run some of that in the last day. And why I like the short is because of how far it's come, right? You're telling me you're going into this report. This was one of the crown jewels that didn't catch a new low down here, so they super ramped. And, this is back in September, way back here in 2023. And then here's the killer, right? When we were rolling down into the last two nasty corrections, you know who didn't go down with the rest of the market? Meta. And they've been ramping it ever since. Super ramp, super ramp, super ramp. So if we catch a nice ramp on this ticker, it's primed. It's like we've made all this money, like take the money and run kind of a trade after the bell today. So I'm still bullish into the close on Meta. I wasn't not bullish on Meta. I'm bullish on Meta. And as a matter of fact, they've already printed most of it at this point since before this ramp even happened. So, it's like halfway there. I think they can also get the rest of it after the bell today. 620, I think, is easily done after the bell today. But still want to preface that with it's of all the TMT this week, it's the one that's like primed to throw a short on, also to take the money and run on. If it squeezes up after the bell, I read all the stories this week about Meta sucking each other off about AI and high hopes and blah, 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 blah. I don't care. This stock is meant to be shorted after their report today. So hopefully it squeezes. I think they're going to squeeze. I thought that earlier in the week, and they have done that already. It could be this even looks like take the money and run. So this reminds me of take the money and run into the bell, but I'm still bullish on it. I would like to see that back test right here. Whoop. Into the bell here and then squeeze up and trade within that 620. I think earlier in the week, this is what the pricing was too on their report, that they're pricing in a move to, I believe it's like 620 or slightly above it. So I am bullish. But if you see like, it just like in my second most of the five reports this week, right? This is my most bearish, but only after they go to that number. And my next bearish one was AMD. I wouldn't be shocked if they ripped it and then sold it. And sure enough, that like literally every report this week has been every expectation. This one's going to finish up the fourth one for expectations. Now, here's something cool. Microsoft. So this one right here, I do expect it to trade higher into the bell, the report, and trade higher. But I think it's a sell the news kind of a trade. They may have already done that. I mean, this is pretty fucking close, right? The high tick was 608, and I'm expecting 620. Seems like a sell the news to some extent, or at least dealers not wanting to pay it all. Or maybe there's functions and end of month shit that they don't want to get up to 509 or 590. Now, this could be just mechanics in the marketplace. The other ticker, though, that reports today that I posted for you in the Discord was MSFT, and I think they were one of my favorites this week. They've already fucking done it. So they came down here, right? They've already come up here. They've already hit their first goddamn target. They've already come down. See it right here? They're front running this shit. Do you see it? God damn it. Like they've already hit their first target. And now I'm expecting them to go up there and super ramp and do 449.46. Now, fascinatingly enough, I have them coming back down over here. And this kind of like, I know the drawings look like shit right now. Like I'm drawing these out like days before, so they don't always match up. But what's fascinating about this is I've got the same thing going on with SPY, which is like, I got this thing with SPY, like, and they already ramped Amazon too, but I got this whole thing going on with some kind of a super ramp up here, and then a sell the news on SPY, like trade a failure of 590, ramp all of these tech stocks up here, and then we have actually roll into a pullback corrective move of some kind for the election, Vol. Now, I can't tell you how they're going to time this. I'm not going to tell you that it happens like just today after the bell, or it's Amazon is the final catalyst, or they do the 590 today with Meta and Microsoft. They let the rest of the market roll down early, and they just do the Amazon report on its own. As a matter of fact, the early ramps on this stuff have me going suspect on it. That maybe they do it early. We missed the trade higher. And I got this one going the same way. I got this one bullish to trade 201. And sure enough, it's already halfway there. So, I could tell you they're gonna super ramp this stuff now. Then they don't hit the 590 until Friday, or until the 30th after the bell. But you can see clear as day this is market mechanics in full fucking force. This is why you know the fucking market is fake. Fucking market is. I got to tell you guys something. Like, I fucking day trade every goddamn day. This whole fucking market is fake as fuck. They will send shit like, I get the mechanics of it. I get why they do it and how they do it. I understand the mechanics of all of it. But it is a fucking pain in the ass, you know? You're constantly fucking trying to find out, like, who gets fucked while they go and do what you want, what you know it's going to do. And as we go to the end of the month, you're going to expect this bullshit where they're going to make you think it's one thing, go to where you know it's fucking going. And this isn't people buying and selling. This is them selling or faking that they sell. Matter of fact, there've been like, there's like arguments that they don't even have the cover for it, right? They do go out and find liquidity providers. They do find high net individuals to provide liquidity to do this shit. But I'm telling you, they will fucking. This isn't a microcosm. This is what they used to do with GME, but they would fake that they had the shares, right? They not only they loan that shit, they'll just fucking sell that shit, not even having them. Now I think that they have these shares on these tickers, but you know, the market is fucking fake. They're gonna do what they fucking have to do to never pay you. They don't want to pay you any option money. They want to take it away from you, period. And they want to give it to option sellers to that money. The business is in selling options, not in buying options and paying you. At any rate, rant over. Rant over. But point being would be this, is that even this last move down here, let me go back to this trigger screen. Even this last move down here, you can see the one, like, I know it's like 1s, 3s, 4, 5s, and 11s, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is meant to burn options. This is the only intent behind this is to burn options. It's not because we ain't going there. It's because they don't want to pay them, so they're going to go to fucking zero until we get there, right? So, so what is my point here? What's my whole point here? 2 points. End of the bell. I am bullish on both Microsoft and on Microsoft and on Meta. But I do think that I'm going to go back to MSFT. I do think that if anyone had an argument where this could hold up, it's probably Microsoft rather than Meta. Now you might be saying something like, "Yeah, Cap, they went way up here and traded this 467 down here." But if I had to choose between the two of these, even though I'm saying it's going down afterwards, I think that the best candidate here is probably Microsoft, and I think Google. I think I had Google as number 1 as my favorite. Amazon was number 2, I think. Then Microsoft. Let me go back and look and make sure, because I want to make sure I got these right. I like Amazon too for holding up. I like the idea of Amazon. I think number 1 was Google, then Amazon, then Microsoft. Then I figured that AMD would rip and then sell, of course. And then I think Meta was the one that I was like, I don't know, this one, like Meta in particular, has suspect written all over it. When I see shit like this right here, like, look at that. When I see shit like that, I'm just like, I don't know. You know, $101 trading 6 times that. It's got suspect written all over it. Take the money and run on this one. No matter how high it goes, I'd be trying to sell that shit. Personally, versus the rest of mags or the rest of these reports. A little bit of outperformance here by Meta in general. They're like their heads sticking above the rest. So, anyways, into the close today of the both reports, I'm bullish on both of them. I think Meta still rips higher, but I think it's a sell the news, take the money and run. Microsoft, They could potentially, if they get a good report, could potentially stay higher for longer, or their pullback is not as deep as maybe Meta's is if we roll down the market and stuff like that. I think they're a little bit better positioned, slightly better positioned than Meta, of course, AMD, which was already reported. I think that's how I had it. Google, Amazon, Meta, or Google, Amazon, Mesfit, then AMD, then Meta was my last one. Like I have Meta down even lower than AMD. I think that's a take the money and run trade no matter what. So expectations from here for the rest of today into the close. It's 2:39. This is preliminary expectations. Let's go back here really quick. Just as long as we stay on this trend right here. See this trend right here? Oh, sorry. As long as we stay on this trend right here, for me, the way is higher. In my view, we're going higher. And whether it is today's close, Thursday's close, Friday's close, we are fucking trading this 5,900. We've been sitting here trying to trade this garbage, and we can't get fucking up there, but we are trading it. We're trading this 586. I want to see that get traded. Maybe we trade that today. Trade the 586 today, possibly, right? Trade that. Come back in, trade that 590 tomorrow. But I do expect bullshit the whole way. I don't expect for a minute that they won't try to like get us up this 586, whipsaw our asses down, and then send us right back up at there like 4 p.m. on tomorrow, and then start selling Friday because it's the first of the month, or this takes into Friday because only Wednesday, right? Takes us in. Maybe we come up here, right? Creep up here, some shit like that, right? Get that Thursday, and then you get the Friday, finally 590. But I do think it gets done earlier than later, tonight, tomorrow. As a matter of fact, where's Friday? So here's Friday. Today is Wednesday, 1600, right? This is Friday, 1600. Would not be shocked with all this bullshit. You get something like that and some kind of other stupid I kid you not, like bloodbath. And then the super ramp up into tomorrow's close. And I don't know if they start selling Friday or not. If they start selling Monday or they save this bullshit there, it's possible, but I don't think so. I think it's right there. And we start super ramping. Just be conscious of the whipsaws, the whipping and the sawing and all that kind of stuff. You saw it here earlier today. We warned you of this earlier today, but it doesn't matter. It's just whipsaw bullshit. This shit finishes. This triangle. This is Friday right here, right? 1600. You can only. I don't know. You guys will pizza pie wedge, fucking corkscrewing, fucking whatever you want. A dragon's head, fucking reverse bat wing, fucking I don't know what you want to call it, but you just keep doing this because this is going to resolve, whether you like it or not. If you're bearish, I guess you keep buying your puts up here. I'll keep buying my calls down here. But I think the way is higher, definitely not lower. And we don't have much time left. We got an election coming, so I'm calling these fucking sellers out all day long here. I want to get paid bigly, as they say, in a big fucking way. And I want fucking Meta and Microsoft and Amazon and who else? Robinhood and Sonova and Etsy and Riot and Roku and MasterCard and Merck and Peloton and Uber and shitty Intel to provide all that action into tomorrow's fucking close. Not Friday bullshit. Not Monday bullshit. I'm calling them out, so I want to see it happen. Anyway, yeah, bull flag, bull pennant. Call what the fuck you want. I don't care. I don't care. Traditional charting, I do it, but I don't really care too much about it. I just want to know where everybody is. That's about it. You can say whatever the fuck you want. That shit's going up in my view. And if they fuck me, they fuck me. I'm assuming that's the deal here is they want to fuck you. We did get the new high earlier today, so the way is higher. If I had to give you a preliminary expectation, let me see here. My preliminary expectation, nothing's changed. This move higher and lower should resolve this way. This is the trade right here. They can say whatever the fuck they want. The fucking trade is they can do whatever they want. They can cry whatever they want. The trade is actually right here and up here. So they did that earlier today. They're trying this bullshit right now. I don't want to fucking hear it. It's that way right there. And we might go a little bit lower. It might not be right 590. It could be a failure on 5,900 or something like coming in at 5,900 and SPX gamma. But that is the goddamn way right there. I don't care what they say. Do whatever they want. They can all this bullshit in here. It's like straight bullshit to me. So way is higher to me. You can do whatever the fuck they want. Look at me. Look at me. I'm like, I tell you guys to follow price, and I'm like, hell no. You ain't shaking this. I already know where we're headed. 245. I'm going to spend some time right now. I had some requests to chart out some stocks earlier. Myrna was one of them, MRNA. So the trade is higher for me anyways. Into this close. It's possible. Let's go to a 1 minute really quick. It is possible that you could see, this is 4 p.m. Just note that these fucking dealers, right, will literally sell into us here before the big squeeze up, okay? They will fucking sell strength. Like hammer, sell strength. Dump protective puts, you name it, but they will fucking, I'm telling you, he's fucking, sorry. I'll stop with the effing right now. So just be conscious of that. Into the bell. If you're trying to get long synthetically on, if you're bullish or bearish, or not necessarily bearish, if you're bearish on the reports after the bell, Microsoft, Meta, any of that kind of stuff, you could probably get short right now. Literally, you could probably get short right now or buy some 0-day puts. If you are looking to get long on those two tickers, trade them via SPY or Qs, so you can close them out at 415 and not worry about meta selling. I always wait until after the bell, like a minute after the bell. I wait for like the bell, any of that kind of stuff. They will try to bleed you down. Sometimes they'll bullshit you too. They'll run you up like this, and boom, they drop it before the report comes in. Either way, they try to fuck you. So just like keep your hands down here somewhere on Qs or on SPY. For a catch if you are bullish. If you're bearish, you know what the drill is. They sell this shit down either in cash market or just after it, regardless of direction. Now we're gonna go over a couple stocks here. Sorry, I hate trading. I hate like 0-day. I used to 0-day this stuff a lot on stream. I don't even bother with it anymore. It's end of the month. I'm not looking for that trade today. I'm looking for this like pretty big upside trade into tomorrow. I've got calls not for today. I've got calls for tomorrow based on end of month jackassery by these fucking dealers. All right, so hold on here. We're gonna take a look at Myrna. Someone was asking me earlier about mRNA. Let's talk about mRNA. We've brought up mRNA many times. You know, this is just like mRNA is just like SMCI. I tell you guys this shit months before it happens. You guys don't listen to me ever. And I don't know why you don't listen to me. Then you ask me to keep looking at it. You want to see it, more of it? It's done the whole thing. Told you it was going down to the depths of hell. And where is it right now? In the depths of hell. And there could be a lot of garbage in here. I know that some of you are thinking, oh, we're going to get this big giant squeeze and shit like that. I'll tell you what. You broke below this monthly trigger, and you confirmed that we're going down. Hard not to see that. I can take a look at it for you. I'm bearish still. I really am, even on a squeeze. If you think you're getting that, I can't recommend this stock to any of you. I know, look at it, I got to go to zero. That was me being an asshole. I was being a prick here. I was being a prick. But, you know, I got to be honest here. Like, let's take a look at it down below. Like, cap, is it going to do this? Cap, is it going to do that? This right here tells you no. This is telling you it's going to go lower. This is telling you it's going to go lower. This is still telling you it's going to go lower. This doesn't look good for mRNA. And what I have down here is this right here. And why I have this right here is because I traded this. I traded that. I traded this. I did not trade any of that. I should have traded that. But at this time period, before we were in COVID, I was a penny flipper. I spent a couple years back here penny flipping. And when COVID happened, a whole bunch of penny stocks came out. Now, they're not pennies. They're $10, $5, $1.50, $2.50. That's what I call a penny stock and being a penny flipper. And when COVID happened, there was a whole basket of this shit. And, COVID's over. These were penny flippers. These weren't hedge funds. These hedge funds ramped this up, of course. So, like, bringing it back down here would be the OG of this trade. I got to be honest with you. So, I think we go down there. I think we trade $12. I'm not interested in squeeze trades on this ticker personally. And even if you were interested in squeeze trades on this ticker, on a 30-minute basis, we are not above the daily trigger, are we? So we can't even talk about buying this. This is not the price action of a stock that's consolidating. Do you see how vertical the daily trigger is right now? That is bearish. You don't have the daily trigger flattening out. So even if you squoze right now, it comes straight back down. You would still need to see the daily trigger flatten. You understand? Like this has to begin to flatten to get consolidative, right? If you guys know anything about whack off distribution models, you need to see this to really get bullish. And I realize that you want to make all this money right here, but you're not even above the daily trigger to do that. You're not even you have to be up here, catch a new high, get the hourly trigger up here, get the daily trigger underneath, get something. But knife catching like this is terrible. And I really want to go back to SMCI about this because I had some people talking shit about me on fucking FinTwit about SMCI. Because I said, don't bother. You're just going to get trapped. And that's what it's been, a trap. It's been a fucking trap the whole way down. Whole fucking thing has been a trap. And there's a lot of people that's probably banged up right now in SMCI. So I don't do that shit. And I don't like it because these traders will be like, they'll lie to you. They'll be like, well, there's probably still some money to be made in here, man. You never know. You might break out and shit. You know what happens? If you were trading like Apple on a weekly basis, this shit happens all the time on Apple. You're like, I got one good trade, got another good trade, got another one. Oh shit, I'm upside down. Oh, I'm trying to catch back up before you know it, they're dropping you down, staircasing you down. And you fucking give all your money back to the goddamn house. So I can't recommend mRNA. For me at least, price target is $12 goddamn dollars. $30 to 12. Or you get price above the daily trigger. Now, so 2:55, we got an hour. I'm going to make this really fast, okay? After the bell, we get Coinbase. Coinbase. I like the stock on its. I like the stock. I'm going to be really fast with these because I got a bunch to get through. I'll give you a really fast. What do I think? Bullish. Yeah. I'll say this about Coinbase. High probability of a sell down and then rip up. 1, 2, 3, something like that. And you get the cross of the daily and the weekly. You're going down. Maybe not going down, but I would be looking to buy a dip on Coinbase on any weakness, personally. I would like to see weakness, too, on that cross, that back test. There could be an argument made that it won't be that weak on a good report, that it's only, like right here. Oops, sorry about that. Could be an argument made that you just this right here, but I bet you it's loaded with calls. Almost 100% guaranteed. If that's the case, they're going to drop it straight down, but there is a great dip buy on this stock. Any kind of back test in this daily trigger, this is bullish as fuck. I would love to own this stock at $200, believe it or not. I would love to own it. Flush out all these call buyers and load the dip on $200, especially on that cross right there. It's sexy. Am I bullish on the report? Probably not. On a 30-minute basis, the hourly is looking kind of weak here. That's what's giving me hesitation. The daily trigger or daily velocity looks great, but that hourly velo looking suspect here in the close, I would not be shocked to see an up move and then some kind of down move over here. You actually can see it right there too. Right there. So I'll rephrase this for you. Said I wouldn't spend too much time doing this stuff, but I know you guys want it. Actually get your high somewhere up in there. Something like that. 1, 2, 3. Check the cross, and that's your real move. I like the stock though. Something more like that. So I'd say fairly bullish. I don't expect it to print higher than 223. I think they trap in. I bet you it's priced in there somewhere too, like 223. The use sell likely overnight, and the real dip buy is down below. Robin in the Hood. Let's take a look at them. Cranking. New users, new flow, new money. Just off the cuff, I think they closed the gap today. They trade $40 today. Let me close all that. I think they're going to close. I think they're going to trade 39.17. Bullish on Robinhood. Hope to God they're not all. Dude, this is the same problem too. You know, like stocks like Coinbase and Robinhood, super bullish, but they have like their hourly velocity looks like shit. They love to fuck call holders. This is another one. I bet you trade $30, and the real trade is after. I hope you get 39 on it today. Some kind of whipsaw.
UK DMO's Poulet says the gilt market has.
Maybe you get it today. I wish if you're a Robinhood holder, I hope you get $40 like today, tomorrow, or whatever. I hope it goes fucking moon time. How many percent is that? 20? 39%. You ain't getting that today. You're not getting 39% today. Let's reel it in a little bit. How about you get over? How about this? I'll give you this one. You're gonna get like 32.5. There is a bigger move in here. I am bullish on Robinhood, about $40, $39. If you got that today, I would shit my pants. 40% move on Robinhood. I'm doubting it. Your hourly looks like shit, and you haven't done any checking back here at all. I bet you get roped in at like 32.5, and they send it back down. But this is just like Coinbase. Be a buyer down below if you can. If they trade this $25, $26, you want to be a buyer here to trade 40. Robinhood sucks. It's like it's probably tied into options here. What else do we have here? Sonova, Etsy, Riot, Roku, and Starbucks. We'll do S-Bucks next. No, S-Bucks. Oh, boy. That was fun, wasn't it? Jesus. Talk about a dip buy in S-Bucks. Nobody was ready for that, were they? Nobody was ready for that. That's how you know they weren't short. You can tell they aren't short. What a bunch of fucking scammers.
An Israeli broadcasting authority says expectations that a ceasefire agreement will be reached on the Lebanese front in the coming days, and the U.S. administration may announce it before the elections.
You know, I would say that this comes back down again. God, man, bearish on all these stocks. I think they trade at 90 after the close today. This is your trend right here. It's bullish. Pulled it back up again. You could even go this far down right here. It's possible you go down all. Yeah, I'm bearish on Starbucks. Let me look at it closer for a minute. The fuck is the This is a hard one. I'm actually kind of bullish here. I'm going to change my opinion on this one. It's weird, like, you could say that was the check back of the weekly and monthly. There's two ways to look at this trigger. That they already back tested their weekly to monthly cross. They look bullish on velocity here. I would say this about Starbucks. I guess I'm bullish into the close, but this really still hasn't crossed. This is very unusual. I remember when this happened. This looks like they were trying to get long or they weren't long. I remember they said there were I forget the moment what the reasons were, but whenever I see shit like this, you know that they weren't goddamn short. They were given the opportunity to get out there. Due to velocity, I would say I'm bullish, but be very careful of a back test. Trade $100. We'll rope it in a little bit. Bullish on their earnings. The only thing I don't like this down here. Don't like this at all. Okay, so that's Starbucks. What else we got here? A lot of these are looking the same, guys. Like a whole bunch of these tickers look similar. Roku. These all look like, like all these tickers look like everybody owns calls on them. Like fucking Roku, man. This looks like goddamn Sell the News too. Yeah, I like this one. I like this one. $90 price target.
So the EU
bullish.
Envoys to China to discuss EV tariff alternatives.
Get rid of all this. I can kind of get on board that. Bullish on trading $90 on their report today. On a daily basis, I love the breakout above their monthly trigger. Their weekly looks great. Weekly's bullish. This is ready to be broken. 30-minute basis. God, man, dude, like, see, same shit. It's the same shit. It's like built. Like velocity is saying down. I think anything can happen. If I had to guess just based on velocity, they're going to burn you. And then you get your $90. You're going to whipsaw you. There's 1, 2, and 3. You could count that as 3, maybe. Your weekly's flattening a little bit. Your daily is rolling. I bet you everybody's loaded the tits on calls. I'm going with down and then up. It should go up. and go down and then up. I should be writing all these. I'll just leave them all on here. We'll see how it actually, what the price action was. It's harder to see some of these tickers like Roku, Robinhood, Coinbase, Starbucks too, for some reason. Starbucks with that drop, like all four of these tickers all look suspect to me. Like they're bullish, but I want a better price. I'd have to see their options. Like if it's just all call holders, and what's weird, not weird, but what they can do is, they can ramp this shit and you'll be at zero by morning, right? Like you'll get your expected move. They ramp you down before even open tomorrow, and the real move is afterwards. That's tough. These are tough. Like these are hard. Like it's hard to even think about these guys. Usually I check them out and I'll like check out their options or their expected moves and stuff, and it's like a pure gamble. It's not easy. What else do we have here? Uber. Like I don't see a single clean trade here right now in these other ones. Uber is tomorrow. I actually like Uber here. I'm bullish Uber tomorrow. I think they go up. You're going to make money on that trade. That's cleaner than anything that I've seen. I like Uber a lot. They already had their... You guys already had your squeeze on Uber. Check this out again. Man, oh no, man. I can't stand these memes anymore. This one's a sell too. The hourly is already ramping. I think you can get paid tomorrow. Praying that you can get paid tomorrow. It's probably the best one of all of them. But you already got your squeeze right here. That trade's done. I always like these stocks when they like sell down into them. This one's probably the best of them so far, of like Coinbase, Robinhood, Roku. I think we did. Probably the best of them. MA. I always think it's MC, but it's MA. Yeah, this one's a fucking sell the news too. There is some good news here that rates aren't going to come down. This is MasterCard, but looks like it's already been priced in.
The Lebanese Prime Minister also saying we hope for a ceasefire with Israel in the coming hours or days.
Bullish on MasterCard's report tomorrow. If you can buy a nice close on this, I'm tacitly bullish on MasterCard. You get a little bit more down into this close. I like MasterCard. Its velocity is running over too. Nope, don't like MasterCard. Well, you got a nice dip buy right there too. This might be nice to buy in the early morning hours. I'm bullish on MasterCard if you can get them down here. Like in today's close. Price target 525. 523.80. It's a nice buy candle right here. This could help cool off the hourly velocity too. Bullish on MasterCard. Bullish on Uber. I think there's a setup on Coinbase, Robinhood, or not Robinhood, mostly Coinbase, and I think Roku to sell. Tacitly bullish on Starbucks, and not or yeah, I think Coinbase. I want to see a pullback on that too. I think that's all of them. See them bleeding us down into this close right here on SPOOs, typical, usual. Let's see what the day does. Let's see what the rest of the day has ahead for us. I'm going to set up down below Microsoft and Meta while we get ready, and I'll put the cues up, and we'll move over to this chart later. Nope. Three. All right, we're gonna do what? Well, let's go down here. Right hand side, we're gonna do QQQs. QQQ. Down here. 1 minute basis. Move some stuff around here. But should we just go to the earnings thing? Hold on a second here. I'm going to go to the earnings thingy. Is this, where are we at? This one? All right, hold on here. All right, so in this one over here, we're going to do Meta or Microsoft MSFT. Parked right in its hourly trigger. Over here, we're going to do okay, cool. This one's going to be Meta. That's 1 minute. No, I don't want to hide that. Oh. Oh, God. Hold on a second. I don't know why I can't figure out how to do that right now. Both parked on their hourly trigger. All right. And down below, I'm going to do Qs, and we'll cycle back and forth. I'm going to do QQQs. Qs parked on 497.03. Right below its hourly trigger. SPY. Doom and glooming into the bell as usual on these ERs. They don't want to pay. Why in the fuck are the triggers not showing? Qs and spoos, right? Qs and spoos. Let me know in the chat if you're bullish or bearish on any of these stocks into the close. Oh. Oh. I'm going to read some news to you. It's 3:22 in the afternoon. I'm going to read some news to you into the close here. Goldman Sachs highlights ETFs that are pricing unusual moves on U.S. elections relative to their 6-month implied volatility. I'll get you guys the full report at the end of the day and post it. This is just a clip. I'll get you the full white paper at the end of the day. This is a reaction function on the election. We've got K-Web, an implied move of 9.3%. Straddle cost 6.4%. Natty Gas 6.8%. Woo! That's two of the highlights. Yeah, KRE, KWEB. Also KRE, FXI, silver. Should I put Starbucks up too? Should I have SPECs up? I'll have it up in the background. I got Q's up, SPR or SPR. We're gonna do SPECs too. This is one of Winky's favorites here. Is there no like no, for some reason there's no goddamn triggers on this shit. Misfit looking weak, Meta looking strong. Next thing I'm going to read to you here is super microcomputer, down 32.3% after the resignation of E&Y, Ernst & Young. Some commentary, though, coming out right now. It is yet to be seen if the fallout has implications for the AI trade in general, according to Bloomberg. The company sells high-powered servers for data centers and has experienced an explosion in demand for its wares amid the artificial intelligence boom. At one point earlier this year, its shares had quadrupled. Since then, the enthusiasm has tapered. And its stock was up about 73% this year through Tuesday's close. If you look closely on their velocity rolled on a monthly basis, I believe in June or July, and hinted at the roll coming. Brian Garrett from GS says the S&P index just completed something that has happened a handful of times in the last 4 decades. Between the lows of October 23 and the highs of October 24, the SPX rallied over 40%. That's not a typo. This rally was achieved on realized volatility of greater or less than 12, yielding a dirty Sharpe ratio above 3. It happened in 1995 and 1997, and pre-Volmageddon in 2018. I would like to note with you, too, that we have been talking on this show all year. All year. We've said two big things to you. The first one was expect the year to trade, especially as we grow, as we get later into end of year and early next year, to expect the market to trade like it's 1995, heading into the year 2000. Last time we've had years like this with that volatility too. We have those sweeps to those big moves to the downside, and larger moves to the upside. We did this back in 95 and 97. The other cool thing is we talked also at the start of last year, we regurgitated it over and over and over. We're going to have Volmageddon again. No one believed this. Then they tried to say it wasn't Volmageddon. But we did have a Volmageddon moment this year, didn't we? One of our pullbacks was a Volmageddon-esque moment. Microsoft getting stronger. Meta doing much better right now. Starbucks limping. In English, this is Garrett still talking. In English, the last year has been one of the greatest risk-adjusted yearly returns in the history of S&P 500. And it hasn't been easier to sit in passive beta. It's also been greater or less than impossible to monetize any type of equity hedge, except for a few 2-day periods. with the caveat that past performance is not indicative of future returns. The yearly returns for SPX following the 1995 and 1997 episodes were quite stellar. 95 at 34%, right? So the following year in 1996 was 20.2%. In 1997, that's similar to this year, they had a 31% year. The following year in 1998, they had a return of 26.6%. So, he's saying here, in other words, a low vol rally is not necessarily a harbinger of future volatility. Now, saying that still means that returns next year may be lower than this year. So I would still rein in expectations into your returns for next year. We have 40% rally adjusted this year alone. So, yeah, and he's not talking about the first year either. You could do it like 23, 24, and then 24, 25 would be another way to look at it. No, excuse me, 23, 24, then 25, 26 if the rally was to extend. But at any rate, expect next year to be bullish. 20% returns next year from Brian Garrett. I've got more here for you. This is an earnings preview for Meta and Misfit. What to look for in Meta and what to look for when Meta reports earnings. Investors have been long and strong Meta, and the only worry is that there is no worry, which makes me think some faster money folks are sneaky short, given valuation is full, and question what will be the incremental positive learning coming out of the print. As well, Meta is hosting a mystery meeting with long onlys on Thursday, so of course everyone is wondering what could be the topic du jour. If I had to guess, it would be socializing higher capex environments. Of course, questions come up on just how toppy China advertising is getting, but that is slowly fading as risk item given third quarter guidance in addition to the IRR and the incremental capex. Same with other hyperscalers. On incremental capex, that is starting to play out in rev growth. Investors see upside to estimates, and while it is not a great value recovery story, it should be a steady compounder. Long onlys feel great about the numbers and are already at 20 times $30 earnings per share for 2026. That's scary. Not going to lie. 2026 earnings don't look that good right now, but feel like the multiple can also grind higher to around 25 times on 25 times. On the call, investors hope to get updates on one, revenue growth trajectory, drivers, and our annual run rate disclosures for any of Reels, shopping, or clicked message. 2, GPU availability and how Gen AI costs should trend, as well as potential incremental CapEx dollars. And 3, vertical expansion plans for Advantage Plus. And number 4, monetization timeline for Gen AI chatbots and Gen AI product pipeline. I'm in the same camp with these guys on Meta's earnings preview. It seems ripe to short, even if they rip So like even if they come out with like kick-ass guidance, I would be up there looking to short that stank without a doubt. Now what to look for when Microsoft reports today? Microsoft sentiment is a 7 out of 10. Analyst Carl Kerstead and Stephen Zhu published their Q3 cloud preview, which echoed a tone of stability or slightly improving trends for cloud infrastructure spending. The two key drivers are AI inference demand ramping as AI inference demand apps move into production, and on-premise cloud migration activity is picking up. Although spending tightness continues, they did not hear antidotes of any material tightness. Netting it out, they see more modest upside to street estimates for Azure growth, which appears to be in a good place. Bogeys for Azure are around 34% CC growth in Q1 September 1 point beat, and guidance for 32 to 33% growth in second quarter December, and acceleration thereafter. Azure CC growth of 34% implies sequential Azure, hate that goddamn word, Azure revenue of 1.4 billion, up materially from 1.1 billion in the year ago September quarter, just as Azure AI revs really start kicking in. While also the contribution from AI lift, sorry, these words are really small here. They're like a size 8 pin point, like 12 feet or 3 feet away from me, is now 3 points higher. AI lift to Azure revs is now 3 points higher, 11 points in fourth quarter June compared to 8 points under the previous definition. Oddly, positioning in Microsoft is more guarded ahead of results, despite all the AI enthusiasm in other names, i.e. Nvidia, Meta, Broadcom, and Marvell Technology. Presumably, the lack of Azure upside last print has weighed on sentiment, but if the Azure growth lines with Carl's consistent upbeat checks, there is a good chance for the stock to rate higher on the margin, with the stock flat month over month. I'm with them on this report, both of these reports. I think that Meta is just begging to be shorted, and I think Microsoft has probably a pretty good chance of not only mooning today, but holding into tomorrow. I hope that it holds into tomorrow, I should say. So I'm with both of these. Here, I'll get you guys some consensus estimates really quick here. Save image as on both these tickers. It's 3:37, so we have a few more minutes here.
The White House unreported is
kind of with this trade here. I'm kind of with this
many reports
like long Microsoft short Meta trade.
reflects the current state of negotiations.
I don't know if you can short Meta though. What do you guys have going on here? Israel will withdraw troops from Lebanon within 7 days of ceasefire start. Iranian officials says country will launch a definitive, painful response to Israeli strike. Oh no, they're not. That's a goddamn lie. 3:39 in the afternoon. Microsoft starting to squeeze a little bit. Meta starting to squeeze a little bit. Starbucks still limp dicking it around. Q's and SPY squeezing higher a little bit. What else do I have for you guys here? Yeah, I got the Brian Garrett note in front of me. Could NVDA do a Lilly? Demand has no issues, but those chips are becoming rather pricey. I doubt it. Well, I don't know. I don't think Lilly, though, is the same as NVDA. I think NVDA is the crown jewel. Who cares if it does? They're going to buy it anyways. Ooh. How markets behaved in the last 20 days before and last 20 days after the last 7 presidential elections. All numbers are indexed to the close of the election date, meaning higher numbers are higher than the level at the election date, and vice versa for negative numbers. Negative 20 is 20 days pre-election, and negative 20 is 20 days pre-election, and plus 20 is 20 days plus election. That's UST yields, yield curves, crude, gold, and equities. Misfits starting to climb right now. What are they saying here? AI is still more important for the S&P than the economy. Chart below displays the critical relationship between the S&P 500 and the basket pair AI winners and cyclicals. As AI exposure has outperformed economically sensitive cyclical exposure, S&P 500 moved higher. AI, not the economy, remains a more important driver of the S&P 500. This is still true today, despite Fed rate cuts and strong U.S. data. Will the U.S. election change this? I don't know. The argument here is that Jerome Powell kept the market pinned. Market is ready to fucking explode if the rest of the market joins in. Literally. If you look right now, forget price right now. If you look at like Q's, look at Q's like less AI trade, tech can fucking move. Like the greater tech market can just go fucking bonkers to the upside. It's actually bullish, not bearish. The argument here is that AI is still the main driver of the market and should remain so, along with cyclicals doing the other part of that legwork. I kind of disagree with that. There's another argument here that yeah, TMT and more broadly Mag 7 specifically have seen positioning fall from highs earlier this year. I take that as bullish too. I think I posted that for you guys yesterday in the Discord where it showed hedge fund COT long short ratio. There's been zero exposure to TMT at all this year, so they have to play this catch-up game. That's what a lot of what McGilligot talks about. There is a window of weakness for the election, but although here they're saying if it's 20 days up into the election or 20 points up in the election, will be 20 points up after the election. $343. Oh. I'm feeling like shit right now. Sorry, guys, I'm not feeling well. Need some water or something. Losing my voice and everything. You know, you want to throw up. Iran should not respond to Israel's retaliation. White House. If Iran does respond, U.S. will support Israel. DJT is down 13.3%. Makes you wonder if they are rolling into that Harris win early. Traders price in rising likelihood of Fed pause in December. Yeah, we knew that already, though. Well, this morning I think we were talking about it. We had someone asked me if we're gonna get any more rate cuts. I was like, "You fucking like." Now you probably see no rate cuts. Those employment rates and the GDP is not conducive to any rate cuts. Boy, I gotta say, from like when I spend time on FinTwit, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna tell you guys what. Like between like, I gotta be honest with you guys. Between like how Wall Street frames this, like how Wall Street frames the election, and FinTwit frames the election, Trump better win. You better win. Because it ain't gonna look good if you lose. It's like I feel like the election. I'm reading through some stuff right now, and I feel like the election is being portrayed as Trump's got it, or not only that, it's been portrayed like that. I'm reading a story over here, like going after the some stuff with Kamala Harris, and I'm like, man, you better fucking win. I'm not gonna say anything. You'll never hear me. I'm not that guy. You'll never hear me like go out there and shit post or fuck around with anyone with that kind of stuff. I'm not gonna go out there and like tell you you're the worst person in the world or anything, or haha laugh at you and that kind of shit when it comes to the election. But I'll tell you what, man, you better fucking win. People are gonna with knives are gonna come out. The pretty loud voice inside the room. How do I feel about what? I said it in the report. I posted in the Discord. Before it happened, I said exactly what my thoughts were. I said that AMD is going to go up, hit the target, and then sell immediately. Fucking, it's like it's the AMD thing. I was bullish on AMD, and I said it would sell. Like you wake up the next morning, they'd fucking sell that shit down. How am I? Am I bullish on AMD? Yes. They're gonna come out and they're gonna say some bullshit. It's gonna squeeze again. Yes, I'm bullish on AMD. Yes. AMD is like built for like brand new traders, and then they crush them at ER. It's funny. It's kind of funny to watch. But my thesis on AMD is a lot like meme stocks. AMD is like loved by new traders. Like kids fall in love with that shit.
1 minute till we get the
Like
market.
it's easy trader. It's like an easy trade stock to trade. So you get a bloodbath. People buy calls. It goes up. Yay. You could like sit there and it's like watching paint dry. So like I feel like they set you up every. And then, of course, they got the pumping going on within the company, right? It's always a pump show going on. So everyone's loaded to the tits on calls. Everybody's sitting in calls. And you guys listen, not you, but people listen to like AMD is the fucking, God. And then they dump it. Like 2 weeks later, like Lisa Su comes out and just farts AI. AI. And the stock screams again. No. You didn't come late. Nothing to apologize. apologizing to do.
So
I charted it out, I believe, on Monday and posted it in the Discord
Nasdaq
and at everyone, and I gave a little blurb as to what I thought about each stock. Like AMD, like don't, even if it goes boom on its ER, don't ever long that shit. We can long the underlying, but sell it. Sell the fuck out of it, like 415, and then come back in like 2 weeks and long it. There was a trade with the last time they did that shit. I was talking to Winky about it, and I was like, they're gonna ramp that shit, right? Like 2 days later, vertical. And they just said AI. It's like a big scam.
So an IMF spokesperson on the UK.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with
S-Bucks needs to somehow use all that cash not happen by Bitcoin.
Reduction in the deficit including by sustainably raising.
Starbucks is a head scratcher for me right now. I didn't like what happened. I didn't like 9 minutes left until we get some reports. Let me turn this shit up here. Like Starbucks, I like to buy big dips. I don't really care for where Starbucks is right now. I'm like, I shouldn't have even given an opinion on it today. Like Starbucks to me is always like Costco or like Disney, or if it goes down big for some stupid reason, you just buy it and you hold it. Advanced money destroyer, 100%. AMD back in the day used to be amazing. I traded it years ago. It used to be a great trader. Easy way to trade options. Put on a monthly call, come back, rinse and repeat. Yeah. Yeah, it was before the ER. It came out, maybe it was Sunday. Was it Sunday or Monday morning before anything? Sunday or Monday, I posted in the Discord. I even charted them all up for you. Put them inside the Discord market chat for you. Monday morning, so you had them. I was dying fucking sick and did them. You never hold AMD. It's a golden rule. Every ER. You can hold them to, like, if you have the underlying stock, you can hold them, but you still sell. Every time. It's a rule, not a suggestion. You have less disappointments than happiness. Oh, dude, ask Winky sometime. Winky was like loaded to the tits in calls once for a big, big chunk of money. And they fucking hammered it. His calls burned. And then like 2 weeks later it went vertical. Like Lisa Su came out and said some stupid shit like artificial intelligence. Fucking thing just went straight vertical, and it was like, you got to be kidding me. And they had a great earnings and everything. Microsoft week right now into the close. SPY week into the close. Q's week into the close. Usual suspect stuff. Microsoft week right now. Don't get too scared here yet. I've got the squawker up so we can listen to it. A drama on Microsoft right now. Drama on SPY right now. Drama on Qs right now.
At 4:05 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect earnings from Meta Platforms. Their third quarter 2024 earnings was estimated EPS at $5.17, estimated revenue at $40.14 billion. We also expect earnings from Starbucks, their third quarter earnings, estimated EPS at 84 cents.
I love Microsoft. Must destroy calls before close. Like, I don't even know why you even buy calls until the bell. Like looking at Microsoft right now, it's like you gotta wait until the last fucking minute if you're gonna buy like calls on a trade on these companies. Q's bleeding right now as well. SPY bleeding right now, usual. Oh yeah. People out there telling you that it's because it's weak. It's not weak. It's dealers murdering the chain. I wouldn't be buying if you buy calls on like Microsoft directly, you do it last minute. If you're gonna do calls on SPY for 0 dates or Qs, wait until the bell actually rings, usually. Four minutes left. Why trade Microsoft calls though? You can just trade Qs. You can get like Qs like 0 dates. Close them out, but if you're bullish, you get 0 date calls and you just cash them in at 4:15. You don't have to worry if they hold them overnight or not. That's if you are bullish. I think the synthetic trade is better usually. Or unless you think that they're going to sell Meta, maybe. That would make sense, I guess. If you think they sell Meta and long Microsoft, you don't want to get caught inside of like a flat SPY or flat Qs. That would make sense. I love it. Here we go. Here's can I do that right now? Q's down 0.5% in 1 hour. Oh God. You know what? I'm gonna buy some calls here. Hold on. Boy, they got calls on Spire. Buku bucks for today. They are not fucking around here, are they? I'm long on 82s right now for today. One minute left. Woo! Show me the money, baby.
At 4:05 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect Meta.
Like now they're fucking with me. The spread of 21 and 28 cents. Nice.
Estimated revenue at $40.14 billion. We also expect Starbucks Q3 earnings, estimated EPS at 84 cents, and estimated revenue at $9.34 billion. And at 4:10,
Dicking around with my my calls right now.
First quarter 2025 earnings, estimated EPS at $3.08, and estimated revenue at $64.43 billion.
I think we're the only people trading this shit. Oh!
So Microsoft first quarter 2025 earnings coming in, EPS $3.30, revenue $65.6 billion. That's a beat. A miss on estimates of $64.51 billion. Cloud revenue $38.9 billion. A beat on estimates of $38.11 billion. First quarter.
I'm trying to get out right now, guys.
Excluding FX, plus 34%.
Microsoft has a miss here. Watch out. Dude, seriously, close these fucking things. Microsoft trading 443.70 right now. Fucking 2 pennies. Q's trading 497.45. SPY coming back up right now, trading 580.44. Lots of crazy action right now. Highly unusual. Meta cranking right now. Microsoft cranking. Microsoft had a miss. Let me just check this really quick and see if this guy has this right. Revs were 65.6 billion. Estimates were 64.51 billion. That's a beat. EPS was 330. Estimate 311. This guy's wrong. This looks like it was all beats here for Microsoft. This guy might be wrong here. I gotta go back to the Discord. Let me just check this really quick here, see if I got this right. Microsoft earnings, GAAP EPS $3.30, up 10% year over year. Adjusted EPS not provided. Total revs 65.6 billion, up 16% year over year. Gang banging. Like, what's up? This is all good. Guidance to be provided on earnings call highlights. Microsoft Cloud revs reached 38.9, up 22% year over year. Segment revs. This is all good stuff. This guy was saying that there was misses, but
shortly expecting.
These all look like
Meta
beats to me.
Starbucks earnings. I'll lead with Meta earnings. And at 4:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Bank of Canada.
Microsoft now trading 443. Meta up 596.99. Options chain going fucking bananas right now. I've never seen my option chain doing this. Are you guys noticing this right now? I've never seen my option chain flashing like this right now. It's going bananas. Yeah, this was the guy from Financial Juice. That's the second time he said miss. That's the second time he's done that in like a week. Last week he pulled some bullshit like that too. Yeah, Microsoft, from what I can see, Microsoft's got beats. Am I missing something here?
So Meta earnings coming through. So EPS $6.03, a beat on estimates of $5.25. Revenue $40.59 billion, a beat on estimates of $40.25 billion. Third quarter family of apps operating income $21.78 billion, a beat on estimates of $20.47 billion. Family of apps revenue $40.32
Fuck you, Meta.
a beat on estimates of $39.92 billion.
Beat,
Reality Labs
beat.
revenue,
Fuck you.
$270 million. Miss on estimates of $312.8 million.
Oh, they missed on toilet paper in the bathrooms. Send it to the dumpster. Send it to 550.
$66 billion. Operating income $17.35 billion.
Starbucks trading down to $95 right now.
Ad revenue
Fucking SPY getting annihilated right now.
A beat on estimates of $39.71 billion. So Meta sees fourth quarter revenue at $45 to $48 billion.
Well,
Previously seen
Meta missed on
billion.
pencil erasers.
They see fiscal year total expenses at $96 to $98 billion, previously seeing $96 to $99 billion. And they see fiscal year capex $38 billion to $40 billion, previously seeing $37 to $40 billion. And Meta expects fourth quarter 2024 tax rate to be in the low teens and sees significant capital expenditures growth in 2025.
Meta estimate or EPS $6.03. The estimate was 5.25. That's a beat. Revenues $40.59 billion. The estimate was $40.25 billion. That's a beat. Is this guy keep saying miss? I don't see where the misses are here. Does this guy like getting it wrong today? Anybody noticing that? I feel like the misses are. Oh, here we go. Meta. EPS 603, estimate 5.25, beat. Revs 40.59, estimate was 40.25. That's a beat. Ad revs 39. Dude, that's all you need. I still don't understand some of these fucking things they call misses on. These are scam misses, man.
Starbucks net revenue $9.07 billion. That's a miss on estimates of $9.34 billion. International comp sales minus 9%. North America comp sales minus 6%. China comp sales minus 14%.
Like,
US comp sales minus 6%. And comp sales minus 7%.
the Reality Labs revs was a miss. Reality Labs revs was a miss at 270 million. The estimate was 312 million.8. If you're a Meta bull, you're going to want to listen to guidance on that. That was one of the talking points for the pre Meta earnings preview. Excuse me, Meta earnings preview. They were talking about that Reality Labs revs. And if they did miss, what's the timeline on that? Operating income $17.35 billion. The estimate was $16.24. That's a beat. Family of apps operating income $21.78 billion. Estimate was $20.47 billion. That's a beat. Reality Labs operating loss $4.43. The estimate loss was $4.66. That was good. Sees fourth quarter revenues of $45 to $48 billion. The estimate was 46. That's in line. Sees fiscal year total expenses $96 billion. Saw 96 to 99 billion. Sees fiscal year capex 38 billion. 40 billion. Saw 37 billion to 40 billion. The estimate was 38. Meta's pretty much in line. Man, some of these fucking, like, I get it. I get it. You need reason to sell. I remember the old school days where it was just, did you beat or did you not? Starbucks net revs $9.07 billion. Estimate was 9.34 billion. Comp sales minus 7%. U.S. comp sales minus 6%. North America comp sales minus 6%. China comp sales minus 14%.
Time we expect comments from Bank of Canada's Macklem and Rogers, who speak to senators in Ottawa.
Starbucks selling down right now. Some of this shit, though, man, like some of it looks like it's fucking. I mean, I don't know why I'm like feeling a lot of scamming today. Hold on here. Like I'm looking at Meta. This guy's calling misses all over the place, and they don't have like Meta didn't have misses that I could see or see here. Hold on 1 second here. What am I looking for? Where was that earnings calendar? Wrong earnings calendar. Let's take a look at hits and misses today. Check Hood. Yeah, there's Hood down in the fucking dumpsters. Trading 23.75. Everybody's long fucking calls on Hood. Coin. Down in the dumpsters. Everybody long calls on Coin more than likely. Roku. Dude, every single one of these memes down. Roku down. Like every meme is down. Coinbase down. Robinhood down. Roku down. I don't know how you trade those. Like I think you hit them like I think it's like a lotto. Like you hit them every once in a while. But Uber didn't look so bad for tomorrow. I think Uber looks good. MasterCard looks pretty good too in the morning. All of the fucking memes today looked like they wanted to sell and then print later. I haven't heard what their earnings are at this point, but I'm going to assume that it's just that's call heavy or call heavy. Misfit rolling up, rolling down now. Meta rolling down. They are short, of course. Misfits nitpicking on misses. They've got some misses, or they've got one miss that I could see, I think, on Microsoft. But overall, man.
Microsoft says AI contributed 12 points to Azure net growth.
Well, here we go. You want to hear this Azure net stuff. Azure. Yeah, Meta ER report, massive miss by institutions realizing they're not sufficiently long. No shit, right? I liked reading that preview on Meta. We think that everybody's short Meta. No shit. No shit. I don't think it matters what their report is. We missed Meta's run. Fuck you.
Shortly expecting comments from Bank of Canada's Macklem and Rogers.
I think that's all I've got for you guys. Meta with a little recovery here. We talked earlier today about Meta having a good report and holding itself up. I still think it holds itself up, and you want to listen to their guidance today. I don't think they go anywhere. I'm bullish here on Microsoft. As a matter of fact, there was a dip to be bought down below here at 420, 415. I think they even open up green tomorrow. Sorry about my voice here. I'm bullish here still on Microsoft into tomorrow, unless they say something crazy inside of their earnings call. Meta over here, I couldn't see too much like these days, dude. Like These days, like you have like 10 different things you have to have beats on today. It's a scam. It's a fucking scam. You used to leave some of that stuff up to earnings, or not earnings, but to calls, right? The earnings call. This could recover as well by tomorrow. This looks like a fucking short for sure. You'd have to wait for that meta call, of course, so you could still blast off. Hey, buddy. For the rest of the meme stocks, do you expect anything else? They're fucking lotto trades. They're probably fucking loading the boats on calls every goddamn day up until they have to report. But there looks like there are some good dip buys on those stocks. They all looked bullish to me. So we'll take a look at them again tomorrow if you want. But they just probably, if I had to guess, the mechanics on the fucking call gamma and put gamma on those stocks are completely goddamn lopsided. Roku, not Roku. I think that's all I got. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. You still have my expectations for tomorrow. We're going to moon into the end of the month. What else do I got for you guys? Probably nothing else from here. I think that's it. Don't forget tomorrow's end of month. We usually get some wild ass price action. We can go straight down, straight up, close the day at 590 like nothing happened.